guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Yes, it is that time once again. It kind of feels like a Monday. Or does it? As the countdown clock was ticking down, I'm thinking, yeah, Monday. No, it's, how was your Memorial Day weekend? Yes, I apologize. I got to enjoy a 3-day weekend. So, I liked that. Had a good Memorial Day weekend. Kind of a busy weekend. A lot of things going on. Did get to fire up the grill, though. Nice steak dinner. Twice baked potato. Yummy, yummy. There's so many millions of others. Fired up the grill. All right, we're going to start the new week, and we're actually going to start the new month here. Just had to rip that little page off the calendar. May, in the can. First day of June, here it is. All right, and as the case has been through much of the month of May, we're going to start the month of June with a similar weather pattern in the south central USA. Not necessarily good news in places where they've been contending with flooding rainfall. And that is the case once again. Central portions of Texas, central and northern Texas, where you've been under the gun with this rather stagnant, stormy pattern. Again, tonight we're looking at some heavy rainfall. Most of the heavy rain east of Dallas, south of Dallas. But you're in the heavy rain from, say, just east of Paris, Texas, in the northeast corner of the state. Some rain going to be moving into Shreveport over the next several hours. Heavy rain from Palestine to Waco. Things get a little spotty then from Killeen down to Austin, Texas. Then you've got more heavy rains crossing I-10 north of Rock Springs, south of Eden. Where 10 passes through that region. And more heavy torrential rains, even some severe thunderstorm watches at this hour toward the Texas-Mexico border there in southwestern portions of the state. This persistent pattern of storminess that's been pelting the south central states. The stream of storms is going to continue in parts of the region here in the new week. In the month of May, going back in early May, a month ago, we saw this relentless deluge focused a little bit further east, parts of southern and eastern Texas on over into Louisiana. You picked up the brunt of the heavy rain. Actually, several rainfall records were set there early in May. Over the weekend, the focus shifted a little further west. Areas from Colorado and New Mexico into Kansas, Oklahoma. It was western and central Texas. This latest onslaught that started Friday, we saw some severe weather breaking out across the high plains from eastern Colorado into eastern New Mexico, western Texas. A lot of damaging winds, actually some baseball-sized hail, even a few tornadoes reported across the area. Saturday, storms erupting once again, many of the same areas. Although many brought mainly heavy rain, a few reports of hail, and a few tornadoes as well. We continued the trend on Sunday. 2 tornadoes reported in Colorado, in Park and Los Animas counties, according to the Storm Prediction Center. That tornado in Park County was spotted over 11-mile reservoir. No damage that we're aware of. The tornado in Los Animas touched down for a few minutes there. Northeastern New Mexico and the Oklahoma Panhandle, you had multiple reports of tornadoes there. So the forecasters tell us the similar pattern is going to continue for probably the next few days as this series of disturbances continues to slide across the Rockies, into the plains, probably into midweek. Moving along a front that's been pretty much positioned across the southern plains, it's going to continue to cause areas of rain, thunderstorms on a daily basis. The trend will be for the storms to erupt each afternoon and evening, then progress eastward through the southern plains through the nighttime hours before tapering off the next morning. Then the pattern kind of repeats itself the following day. So we're going to be talking about heavy rain, thunderstorms for many of the same areas over and over again, right on through the day today into Tuesday night. When all is said and done, some of the total cumulative rainfall will probably top 6 inches for some areas and may actually even approach 10 inches where the downpours are persistent. AccuWeather says we could be some areas approaching 15 inches of rainfall. So again, flooded roads and areas of standing water developing with the persistent rain. In areas where you've got more rugged terrain, dangerous flash flooding could develop there. Dry stream beds quickly turning into raging torrents. Even in areas where it's maybe not raining, or there may be some thunderstorms further upstream. As these thunderstorms develop, there's going to be that risk for severe thunderstorms on a daily basis, carrying the threat for damaging winds and large hail, especially as these storms first erupt. And isolated tornadoes cannot be ruled out once again. As each night progresses, the storm threat generally drops off. We could still see some localized instances of severe thunderstorms into the early morning hours. Now, despite the threat for severe thunderstorms and flooding, the rain's also going to be welcome for some areas. Portions of far western Texas and eastern New Mexico have actually been very dry. So some of these storms could get a few inches of rain by the middle of this week. Rain across the southern plains over the last month has already erased even more widespread drought conditions there. So later this week, another shift in the pattern may allow for a brief reprieve in the widespread downpours for parts of Texas and the southern plains, but looks like showers and thunderstorms are probably not going to shut off completely. Pattern looks to remain relatively active On into the early days of June here. The long-range forecast team says the pattern of disturbances coming out of the southwest is probably going to remain in place. That usually translates to the southern plains being very active as these systems move on forward. In the southwest, you're going to remain dry as these systems move east, tapping into moisture being funneled into the southern plains out of the Gulf and the Caribbean. So those showers and storms continue, as will the threat for severe weather and flash flooding. Downpours and thunderstorms likely going to migrate on a daily basis around the southern plains here through the first days of the month of June underway. Meanwhile, following a rather late season cold snap, it felt more like March rather than the unofficial start of summer there in the Northeast. You're going to see a return to some warmer weather finally. A little break from the rain, but the rain break is going to be rather short-lived. Over the Memorial Day weekend, we saw some of the coldest late May weather on record, believe it or not. If you're in that part of the country, you know what I'm talking about. Many folks had to fire up the furnace once again. If people were out trying to camp out, you had to break out the thermals. High temperatures, we only saw 50s, even some 40s for highs in some locations. Highs both days over the weekend at Mount Pocono, PA, were only in the 40s, believe it or not. Now, let's see, the high on Saturday, Mountaintop City, was 43 degrees. That shattered the old record of 53, set back in 1990. Sunday, not a whole lot better. You hit 47 degrees, another record breaker that was set back in 1924. Some higher elevation areas there in the interior Northeast even reported some accumulating snow early Saturday. What a sight. Record low maximum temperatures as far back as the 1800s. Destroyed in the mid-Atlantic region over the weekend. New York City, a record on Saturday of 51. From back in 1884 was tied. Sunday, a repeat high of just 51, blasting the old record of 55 from 1884. Philadelphia, you had a couple of days, record low maximum temperatures over the weekend. Highs 54, 53, breaking the records from 1884 and 1918, respectively. In fact, it was warmer on Christmas Day than it was this Memorial Day weekend in the Big Apple and the city of brotherly love. Hard to imagine that. The high December 25th in Central Park was at 61 degrees. Philadelphia, you were actually at 65. Dozens of other records were set over the weekend. A lot of people are kind of fed up with the chilly weather that came with it. So there is some good news in the short term, both drier and warmer conditions for the first part of the week here. During the first part of the week, an area of high pressure over the central Atlantic is going to be the dominating feature for the Appalachians and the Atlantic seaboard. That's going to create more of a southerly flow, so you'll see some warmer air replacing the chilly northeast breeze over the past weekend. In a lot of ways, this was a slow-moving nor'easter that affected the region over the weekend. Now that the storm system is leaving, most are not going to complain, right? Temperatures are going to rebound by an average of 20 to 30 degrees warmer. Should be within a few degrees of normal early this week. Now, we saw a lower 70s on Memorial Day. That's about 20 degrees warmer than it was over the weekend. Temperatures forecast to peak within a few degrees of 80 today and right through the rest of the week, through Friday. Average high for Philadelphia would be about 73 this time of year. Highs in most areas are going to be in the 70s this week, some 80-degree or warmer temperatures for some of our major I-95 cities. But there is a caveat with the warmer weather. Unlike dry conditions that we saw for a number of weeks in May in the eastern part of the country, this warm-up is going to be kind of dirty as well. Same area of high pressure over the mid-Atlantic is going to get squeezed as the combination of that storm system and the southward dip in the jet stream over the central states is going to drift eastward, and that's going to bring some moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico northeastward with higher humidity levels, showers, and thunderstorms. That shower and thunderstorm zone may be slow to reach the I-95 corridor and the beaches at first, but it will eventually expand over the entire region from, say, the middle part of the week into latter portions of this week. Unlike the out-of-season pattern that affected the Northeast over the weekend, this setup is not all that uncommon here for the month of June. Looks like the pattern for the middle to latter portions of this week, not going to favor all-day rain, but just you'll see a brief downpour, maybe a rumble of thunder, and maybe rain for a few hours. And then there may be some exceptions. A number of areas are actually teetering on abnormally dry to drought conditions. Before the Memorial Day weekend, with the weekend storm that did bring a general 1 to 2 inches of rain, dryness has generally been nixed for that region of the country. All right, best bet for any outdoor projects where you need some dry weather, grass cutting, painting, concrete, paving operations, probably going to be the first part of the week here rather than the second half of the week. Outdoor activities like gardening, planting, mowing were likely put on hold Saturday and Sunday. Should be able to resume some of that on through the day today. Some areas maybe you'll hold off until maybe later on Wednesday before the return for wet weather. There you go. Embedded with the upcoming showers and thunderstorms, maybe a few pockets of severe weather as the air is going to be much warmer and more humid compared to what we saw over the weekend. Looks like conditions along the beaches may not be as rainy as the past weekend. You may not even end up as rainy in places 20 miles inland during the latter portions of the week here. Anytime you got the breeze of the cool water, temperatures, that holds back the rain in the immediate area of the coast. Ocean water temperatures still rather chilly, ranging from the 50s in eastern New England, 60s along much of the mid-Atlantic coast this week. There is some hope for people with weekend plans for the first weekend in June. There's a chance that storm system pushes far enough to the east and the jet stream again retreats northward for your showers and thunderstorms to dwindle again by next weekend. So meanwhile, early in the week, maybe some outdoor activities, midweek, late week, going to be on the soggy side. So how was your Memorial Day weekend? Boy, you had all kinds of racing action to choose from the Indianapolis 500 to the Coca-Cola 600, straight line racing, dirt track racing, all over the country. Yes, indeed, I was tuned into Flow Racing much of the weekend. I got to see some of my old favorite super late model drivers there in the Southeast. Checked out some of the racing from Dixie Speedway, which had a few opportunities to catch live racing there a number of years ago. When it was a Sunday night, it was Rome Speedway there in northwestern Georgia, where I tuned in some of that action. I did record the Indy 500 so I could go back and watch it this past day rather than live on Sunday. And of course, I get up Monday morning, I'm scouring the internet, and I blew it for myself. I come across the headline, Helio Castroneves wins the Indy 500, so that kind of spoils it for me. But his record-tying fourth Indianapolis 500, after a late move to take the lead, went to the front for the final time with just 2 laps to go, and then held off to the checkered flag. He joins Al Unser Sr., Rick Mears, and A.J. Foyt in the Indy 500's 4-win club, as they call it. Castroneves said the stage is absolutely incredible. He won his other 500s driving for Team Penske. But he said, I love Indianapolis. The fans, they give me energy. Absolutely incredible. So how about that? Trying to remember, Castroneves, guess he did not have Ashley Judd by his side this time, which is probably a good thing. What do you think? You think Ashley Judd was kind of a high maintenance, nag kind of woman? It's what she comes across that way to me. Castroneves won the Indy 500 way back in 2001, 20 years ago. He won in 2002, 2009. Now, he's only going to be competing in a handful of other IndyCar events this year. It's a very limited schedule. I believe a total of 6 events, so just 5 more events this year. Now, he was removed from full-time IndyCar by Penske after the 2017 season. He spent the last 3 seasons racing for Penske in the IMSA Sports Car Series. This win at the Indy 500 may actually help him step back into the series on more of a full-time basis in the future. He actually tried to make a comparison between himself and Tom Brady. He said, I don't know if this is a good comparison or not, but Tom Brady won the Super Bowl, and now here we go. Because Castroneves was battling the young guns there in Indianapolis. So there you go, another Indy 500 in the books. And honestly, when it comes to the IndyCar racing, that's really about the only event that I pay a whole lot of attention to, like so many others. Not a big fan of open wheel racing and whatnot, but there you go. Around the country, our number is 844-3388. Yeah, and it was also part of our Saturday evening dinner. I took a big chomp of a chicken and lost a big chunk of my top dead center, front tooth. There was a filling that popped out. I was like, ah. So if I sound a little like Mike Tyson, got a little bit of a lisp, I've already went on the internet and put the request in for my dentist to give me a ring as soon as possible so I can get that fixed. But there you go. Who's checking in here on almost said Monday, on a Tuesday morning as we close out the Memorial Day weekend? Rodney, good morning from Tacoma, Washington tonight. Yeah, he said still daylight there. Yes, you know what? Yeah, it's getting to that time of year. Coming up here in a couple of weeks, we'll have the longest daylight hours day of the year. It'll be the spring equinox, right? As we head into spring, to first day of summer, and then the days will gradually begin the turnaround. But yeah, it was still light. When I stepped out about 9:30 this past evening, still a little bit of light out there. Good morning, Pappy. 61 degrees. A nice night there in Harrison. I did get your message about the International Space Station flying over a little after 10:30, and I was able to step outdoors. Princess was asking me, what are you looking for? Because I'm out there looking up at the sky. I said, the space station's going to fly over in a minute. She's like, what? And it's like, there it is. And she's like, really? I said, yeah, that's the International Space Station. She broke out the camera. She got some video, and she thought that was pretty cool. So thanks for the heads up there, Pappy. It was beautiful. Straight overhead. Hello to Matthew checking in this morning. Hope you had a good weekend, Matthew. Chevy Guy is always with us. Mary Ann says, happy Tuesday. Timothy checking in. Timothy, I saw your post on Facebook. He was the grand prize winner there Friday morning for our 100th episode of the show. He won the Hot Shot Secret. What was what they call that? The fuel swap? The fluid swap. That was it. The fluid swap. Big package, $550 value. So, Timothy, congratulations to you, and thank you for listening in. I think you'll be very happy with that. Let's see. Nathan, the storage off, great on the way to Charlotte to work, 85 northbound. Yeah, all traffic stopped. Must be a bad wreck. Yeah, across the Yakima River, about the 87-mile marker southbound. Okay. So thanks for the heads up there. Dale checks in. Good morning from Jacksonville, Florida. Let's see, 68 degrees. Going to drop down into the lower 60s this morning. A little bit cooler this week. Actually feels good. Hope everybody had a great Memorial Day, and let's have a good week. Morning, Steve, out here making my Buffalo turn this morning. Listening in. That's from Jeffrey. Hello, Jeffrey. Hope you had a good weekend. Dan checking in. Morning. Hope everybody had a great weekend, a.k.a. the War Pig. 62 degrees in Kingsport, Tennessee. Morning, Jacob. Keith checking in from Fargo, where it's 59 degrees. Fargo, North Dakota. Matthew said, did you watch the NASCAR race Sunday night? I did not tune into the Coca-Cola 600 live, Matthew. I did catch some of it as the replay is actually on Fox Sports. They've still got the replay going. I was catching some of that earlier. And yeah, I mean, just like the Indy 500, I know the outcome. Kyle Larson with the win. Yeah, kind of putting a schooling on for the rest of the field out there. And morning to neighbor Dave. Headed to truck in about an hour. I'll be listening all night on the way to the Windy City. All right. Big night of trucking out there. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 65 degrees. Had a great weekend with the kids and the grandkids. Lots of grilling out. Played some euchre, did some swimming. Got to visit the golf course with a couple of friends this past day. Did pretty well. I'm enjoying a few more days until I load again and head out Thursday to the West Coast. So everybody have a good night. Be careful out there. And we'll get some more of our listening friends coming up here as we all jump on board as we make our way into a Tuesday here. 24 past the hour. And again, it's 844-844-3388. Hey, first out of the box here. Good morning, Paul.
Hey, Steve. I guess you got to call in to Doc Holliday. Is that right, for your tooth?
Yeah, correct. Right? Yeah. You know how Doc would fix it with a ball-peen hammer.
Well, I know you want something quick, and I don't know if that would be painless, but yeah, quick is always good. Have you talked to Doc lately?
Not in about a week and a half ago, he did check in. He does call in time to time.
Yeah, well, you tell him that his old buddy Paul has said hello to him. Maybe he might know me as a few other names I used to call in on, but haven't talked to Doc in a long time. But definitely, I hope you get your tooth taken care of. And I got a suggestion, and I think my son might agree with this. Your dog, Turbo, can we get a picture of him, maybe get a hot shot of him in your studio?
I could probably handle that, yeah.
Yeah, and I got another idea too, Steve. You know, our trucker buddies out there, they travel with dogs, and, I think that if you set up a little board there, maybe featured one of the hot shots every now and then, my son would like to send in a picture of his dog.
That would be great. Yeah, the plan is eventually we're going to...
It's just a little...
For those that are watching on Facebook or YouTube, the screen behind me here, they put this TV screen in so we could put up pictures of truckers, like Monkey Gouger's truck and, Horse Feather's truck, and everybody, send in a picture of your truck. And maybe we could feature some of our trucking pets, trucker, furry friends. We could do that.
Yeah, right alongside the truck. I think that'd be a great idea. I think my son would like to talk to you eventually tonight. If you could get him on, Steve. Once again, just great to talk to you. And I got a missing front teeth, too. So give me the name of a good doctor. If Doc don't call in, I need a good doctor, good dentist to fix my tooth.
Yep. All right. Well, Paul, it's good to help you had a good Memorial Day weekend there in Michigan. And is it chilly up there tonight?
Oh, no. We barbecued today, Steve. Matter of fact, me and Joe, we were talking about you and thinking, you know what, we haven't talked to Steve in a while, and if we have a memory for anything, we got one for you, buddy.
Thank you so much. Well, tell your son that I know he called in a couple of weeks ago. He was asking about my Turbo, and I got an email from somebody also last week asking how did I come up with that name? I think I've shared the story a time or two before, but for people that have listened for a number of years, it was, I don't know how many years he's been gone. Back when Andy Matouche, who had invented the Turbo 3000 and advertised with us for a number of years, it was one morning, I think I had him on the program 2 days earlier, and I got a call from his brother that he had passed away. He had died in his sleep. It was a winter night. He had been out shoveling snow the previous day. Of course, he lived up there in Buffalo, New York, getting a lot of snow, and he fell asleep on the recliner one night and never woke up. So it was just a few days later that Princess wanted a dog. I had always been a cat kind of person. At one point in time, we actually had six or seven, I think it was, cats in our home at one point in time. Over the years, one by one, they got old and passed away. Had to put a couple of them to sleep, got very sick. And she wanted a dog. She wanted a puppy. She wanted a guard dog. So we got this little puppy from somewhere down in Kentucky. It was probably people that were running a puppy mill, if you know what I mean. He was supposed to be a German Shepherd, I think Beagle mix is what they said he was. We get it's cute as a bug, but it turns out he's like a Heinz 57. He's just a mutt. But back to the story, though, with Andy having passed away just a few days earlier. And at the time, we were trying to think of a name for our new dog. And I can't remember who it was, but somebody actually suggested, well, what about your friend that just passed away? That'd be a good way to remember your friend. I said, Turbo. Well, we'll call him Turbo. So that's how we came up with that name, Turbo, after the Turbo 3000D. And there you go, the rest of the story. And I think Turbo is, earlier this year on his birthday, February, March, I think he's 4 years old. No, he's like 6 going on 7. It just kind of goes to remind how time flies, and that's how long Andy's been gone. But there you go. We'll get back with more of your calls just ahead. You want to jump in this Tuesday morning? It's 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The World Health Organization is changing the way it names variants of the coronavirus, it says, to simplify the nomenclature around the most concerning strains. The variant first identified in the UK, known as the B117 strain, will now be known as the Alpha variant, the strain from South Africa to be called the Beta variant, the Indian strain called Delta, and the Brazilian strain will be known as the Gamma variant. The WHO says it will continue to use Greek letters for any future strains that rise to the level of being a variant of concern. And on his first Memorial Day in office, President Joe Biden paid tribute to the nation's fallen heroes at Arlington National Cemetery.
We remember those who gave their all in the service of America, in the service of freedom, in the service of justice. Remember their sacrifice, their valor, and their grace.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
I owed the IRS $10,000.
The IRS garnished my wages.
They put a lien on my house.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay.
I couldn't sleep. We were being audited. I called Tax Solutions Now, and a great big weight was lifted off my shoulders.
I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Tax Solutions Now had my wage garnishment lifted in 48 hours.
Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deal. We connect you with a team of former IRS agents and tax professionals who will get the IRS off your back.
We saved our home and overcame the most powerful collection agency in the world.
Call Tax Solutions now. Time is running out.
Call 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Under the industry headlines had a story from our friends at OOIDA and Landline about when Jermaine Robinson, he got his own authority earlier this year. But the OIDA member from Spring, Texas, has been home for a number of weeks. He said, I signed a 3-year contract with the ELD provider, Keep Truckin', back in mid-April. I was planning to hit the road in early May. But, as we've been talking about, the shortage of computer chips has put his electronic logging device on delay as of last Thursday. He said he was expecting to receive his ELD by the end of the week. But he said, I've been home this whole time. Everything else is in compliance. Everything else is up and running. Can't move because I don't have an ELD. The global chip shortage has affected the production of everything from automobiles to smartphones. At least a few ELD providers also being affected by the shortage, apparently. According to research from Keep Truckin', said the chip shortage put the San Francisco-based company 3 weeks behind. Chicago-based Rand McNally tells OIDA that they've encountered a sizable issue that could create delays for them throughout the summer. However, the FMCSA said there are many ELD providers that still have devices in supply. Spokesperson said the agency is aware of the chip situation that is indeed affecting some of the manufacturers out there, but it's not a widespread shortage among the hundreds of self-certified registered ELD providers. He advised carriers do some extra planning before they integrate new units into their rigs. Yeah, confirming that your provider maybe actually has ELDs in stock before you sign a contract. That's the recommendation. Tom Crowley is a regulatory specialist with the Business Services Department. He said, if a trucker's ELD malfunctions and you're not able to repair or replace the device within 8 days, you go to the FMCSA's ELD support website, and you can file an extension request per 49 CFR Part 395.34. That's the regulation. So some of the headaches with the chip shortage that continues to affect a number of businesses, especially the auto manufacturing sector out there, right? Hey, good morning, Big Ed.
Well, good morning, Steve. How we doing?
How was your Memorial Day weekend? Did you get to fire up the grill, get you a big steak dinner there, Ed?
I sure did, and I'm going to tell you, Steve, my love life is taking a hit, too.
Uh-oh.
It's all because of the cookout. I tell you, I think I'm ready to give up on love. There's a lady there, my niece is through marriage, mother. She's my age. Now, not a bad-looking old gal. Well, her husband used to be the chief of police there where I live. His name is Roy. Well, we lost Roy about 7 years ago. And, naturally I lost Kay. But her name was Cindy, and she was sitting there, not a bad-looking old gal. We struck up a pretty good conversation. I mean, we pretty well visited the whole afternoon. Finally, I was thinking, boy, I need to ask her out. I said, well, Cindy, where you living these days? She said, well, I'm living in a nursing home. Rhonda come and got me and brought me to the thing. I thought, okay. Now, I'd like a date, but I ain't going no damn nursing home to pick up a date. I ain't there yet. So,
okay. Oh, my.
That's where my love, buddy, that's a true story. But, it is what it is. But I got to tell you, Steve, and you talk about Andy Matush, I lost a real good friend, and he was retired out of the Marine Corps. And he lived in up there, Iowa, up there by Clear Lake, and he died after shoveling snow.
Mm.
I don't know what it is with shoveling snow that kills people.
Yep.
They do say that a lot of people have heart attacks. And he had went out, shoveled his drive, come in, wasn't even 15 minutes later, boom, he cranked over. And he was in good health. At least from my perspective, he was.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, I don't understand that. So all I know is if it snows wherever I'm at, back when I was at home, running, a regular job, if it snowed, I didn't jump out there and shovel my drive. I just didn't do it. I may think I'm the toughest guy on the block, but my body says otherwise. But I got to tell you, Steve, I had a situation that happened to me, and it really got me to thinking, and just hang with me if you will.
Okay.
I'm diabetic. And when I went home, I had to get some meds ordered up. Because, being out here on the road, I try to get pretty much supply of whatever I need. And I had called the doctors, the nurse office, and the doctor's office, said, hey, let the doctor know I need these particular meds, and I'm going to call the pharmacy and get them ordered. And she said, okay. And then there wasn't but 3 meds I needed. And it wasn't about an hour later, she called back. She said, Dr. So-and-so said that he's going to approve this time. She said, but you have got to come back in for blood work since you canceled this appointment that you had for for the first. And, buddy, it pissed me off. I said, I'm going to tell you something, lady. I said, you go back there and tell that damn doctor I didn't cancel the appointment. He canceled the damned appointment, not me. And you go look on your records, because you people called me and told me he canceled it and that I would need to reschedule it. I said, I told you all that I would reschedule it sometime in June and when I figured out when I could be back in. I said, but don't threaten me that you're not going to give me my meds that I need to control my diabetes. I said, it ain't like I'm taking that stuff because I'm hooked on it. I take it because it helps me keep my blood sugar driven down. It don't make me high. It don't make me do crazy things. It helps me have better control of my diabetes.
Mm-hmm.
So, but what got me to thinking about it, you know, they're so hell-bent on autonomous trucks. And I'm not bringing this up to try to start an argument with anybody. They're so hell-bent on autonomous trucks. And then they're so hell-bent on trying to make the drivers safe or being able to operate safe with that piece of equipment. But the one thing, and it's like when we do a thorough pre-trip, is this unit safe to move down the road? We have to get out here and look at it. But the one thing that we don't do is we don't pre-trip ourselves. And to me, I'm thinking, why take all this technology? They're trying, supposedly, in the name of safety, trying to make our lives easier, where our health should be an everyday thing, especially older drivers out here. You know, why can't I get up in the morning, have a sensor where I can take a finger stick and reads my blood sugar, and it sends it to the company's medical people? Why can't I have a cup in here, tied to a computer, check my blood pressure, or if it's out of whack, the truck don't start? Why can't they have a scale in the seat that if you tip a certain weight, that truck ain't going to start? Are you understanding what I'm saying? Why can't they take a camera? They're so hell-bent on having them facing you. These cameras can do facial recognition. They can read your eyes, tips or checks. Driver gets up, he's really not feeling good. But yet you're depending on that driver to go ahead and drive and say, okay, I think I can make it.
Mm-hmm.
Why not take some of that technology and put it into these trucks so the drivers, in a sense, can have a pre-trip of themselves? Are you safe enough to operate that vehicle? You go back to all these people that's been in wrecks, and you read it all the time, that had too much of a certain substance in them, and they figured that was the cause of the driver not being able to control the vehicle. Am I correct in that?
Yeah.
If you had this type of technology, you would stop that, because that truck's not going to start if it detects through a blood check that this driver's got too much substance in his blood, whether it be alcohol, an over abuse of some of this high-powered dope, or, you know, he wakes up in the morning and he's not feeling good. You know, let's look at radar. All I know is he was driving and he had to go to the emergency room. Well, I understood it, in the Atlanta area. And then his wife had to go get him. You know, maybe 3, 4, or 5 days before all that took place. If he was unable to have these various checks before he started that truck, maybe it could have caught something. Are you with me on that?
Well, do you think along the lines of be careful what you wish for? Most drivers feel like we've got too much regulation on us as it is. Do you want to add additional layers of bureaucracy to being able to do your job?
What's the difference? The same bureaucracy is going to shut me down when I go home if I don't meet these same requirements. But that's just going to be a one-day thing. You know, I'm all for staying healthy, and I'm all for not being being babysat by the government. But I'm also about living too. You know,
sure.
the true essential professional driver wants to operate that truck safely. So where do you draw that line? Is this truck more damn important than my life? I would rather have this technology put to use, because at my age, hey, I figure I'm on the downhill side of life anyway. I want to get the most out of life, and the last thing I want to do is be behind the wheel of this truck and fall over dead from a heart attack and wreck and end up killing other people.
Sure.
Yeah, is it too much bureaucracy? Well, we got the same bureaucracy when you go home. So what's the difference whether we can do it every day versus, okay, I go home in 3 months and I go to the doctor for blood work, and then they go back and do an average. What's the difference? I know. I just want to throw that out there. But it really got me to thinking.
It's a good question, Ed.
Like I say, I'm not bringing this up to start an argument. Well, what do you as the driver? How many drivers have called to the dispatch and said, "Oh, I'm not feeling good," and they get a rash of crap because they want that load moved?
Sure.
See, that completely eliminates all that. So if you really want to talk about safety, look at the picture as a whole. Quit excluding the drivers. So, do I wish for it to happen? At my age right now, it don't matter to me if I had that technology available that I could print out, take to my doctor and say, hey, because he can come back and say, if I had an everyday record of everything that's going on with me versus I go in for a 3 months average or a 6 months average. Well, every day it tells you everything that's going on, and you've got that record where when you go to averaging things out, it's not going to tell that doctor, well, this day he felt like crap and he shouldn't have been driving. You see what I'm saying?
Sure. I saw a product advertised here, sometime last week, and I don't know what it was called, but it's a little device, it's a little pad that it connects to your smartphone, and you put each of your index fingers on either side of it, and it will actually do like an EKG kind of thing. Like, look at your heart rhythm, and if it's in correct sync or whatever. And I think it do a blood pressure check at the same time. It looked like a fascinating little device, but that's probably something that you could look into yourself.
Right, you're right. You're absolutely right. But but at the same time, if these DOT wants to talk about safety, let's talk about safety of the driver. Yeah, I can have all that, which the company I work for, I know I'm not going to get a rash of crap. I call and say, hey, I ain't driving. But not all companies are like my company.
Right.
I don't have to tell you who they are. We've heard it dozens and dozens of times when my company forcing me to work when I don't feel like it. But at what point do you as a driver say, okay, the bureaucracy is going to benefit me more than it's going to work against me, if I'm making sense.
Right.
But, so I just wanted to throw that out there. I'm just curious how other people felt. So that's all I got to bring to you today, Steve.
All right. Well, Big Ed, good to hear from you here to start our new work week. Again, glad you had a good weekend. Sorry about your love life there, but maybe next time.
Maybe I'll meet somebody on a cruise. Okay. We'll talk to you later.
There you go. All right. It is 844-3388. So several weeks ago, of course, we're all well aware we had the ransomware attack against a crucial piece of infrastructure, a.k.a. the Colonial Pipeline, the ramifications that rippled across the country. And it brought up a lot of discussion about our reliance on computers for everything that runs this country. Questioning, well, what's next? Could it be the power grid? Could it be our water supply? Could it be our food supply? The latest attack, the world's biggest meat supplier, was the target of a cybersecurity attack over the weekend, Sunday. The latest threat to global food supply chains that have already been rattled by the pandemic. JBS SA shut its North American and Australian computer networks after an organized assault on their servers, according to the report this past day. Without commenting on operation at their plants, JBS said the incident may delay certain transaction with customers and suppliers. The attack sidelined 2 shifts and halted processing at one of Canada's largest meatpacking plants, while the Australian Financial Review earlier reported that cattle and sheep slaughtering had been suspended at JBS's operations in Australia. No immediate reports of plant disruptions here in the U.S. Hackers have the commodities complex in their crosshairs with the JBS attack just 3 weeks after the biggest U.S. gas pipeline was targeted. As the meat industry battles the lingering COVID-19 absenteeism from the mass outbreaks last year that saw a number of plants shut, supplies were disrupted. You've noticed the prices of beef and chicken that are just off the charts, food inflation. JBS's incident affected a Canadian beef plant in Brooks, Alberta, this past day. According to a spokesperson for the United Food and Commercial Workers Canada, Union Local 401, there are no unionized workers there. That means effectively the plant operations have shut for the day. No response to request for comments on the Canadian closure from JBS. There was also a packaging facility in Belleville, Ontario, where beef, pork, and salmon are prepared for grocery stores that was, they say, operating normally. Again, they said no information on whether the attack had disrupted plants in the United States this past day. Indeed, of course, it was a holiday with Memorial Day here in the U.S. I'm thinking maybe those plants weren't even operating for Memorial Day, but just another example of things that can be impacted by these computer hackers. About 5 before the hour. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Trust you had a good holiday weekend.
Good skullbuster weekend, yes.
There you go. So I woke up at 2:40 in the morning yesterday and had an alert that your YouTube thing was playing, so I switched her over there and saw they played the best of 100th episode replay there for yesterday, and a few people were surprised, and your buddy Colton there, he was the first one to type in there on the comments there. So, but he wanted you to open the mics up so he could call in there.
Oh,
but I don't think you did that. so I don't know if he'll be back on tonight or not for a school night or where he's at there, right? But anyways, I guess nobody wanted 5 hours of Horse Feathers there because apparently you never made the phone call for me and the dog to come on down to Cincinnati there and ride around in the streetcar named Desire. So,
I guess it was Friday afternoon. I guess it was. I gave Kyle a call. Of course, he was down there in, Tennessee for the racing action over the weekend. And I said, we never actually discussed what we're going to do for Sunday night, Monday morning. I said, I really would like to watch the Indy 500 and the Coke 600 and some of my dirt track racing and all that. And he said, don't worry about it. I'll call Josh and we'll run the 100th episode. I said, okay, I got a 3-day weekend.
Well, that's a good deal. You deserve a break there. You've done 100 shows. You're up to 101.
Yes, 101.
So do you really think it's a good idea for you to put Turbo in the Cadillac and ride down there to the train station and get him in your lunchbox and all that stuff all moved over into the streetcar named Desire just to have a picture of him there in the studio with you? And who knows what he's going to do to all them computer cords underneath your desk. But maybe just take a picture of him, put him on the screen there or something.
Yeah,
I think that'd be a wiser idea than trying to get him all the way down there, tearing up the back seats in the car there, seeing squirrels and crap while you're going down the road. So, but anyways, I got 3 words for Ed there for his idea. Maybe 4. Ed, you're an idiot.
Uh-oh.
How's that work?
Okay.
The last thing we need is anything more in these trucks to worry about what we're doing, who we are, how we are. If you got conditions, or you got conditions, and you should have stuff, I'd recommend everybody go out and buy a blood pressure cuff just for the heck of it. You can go down to your Walmart or Amazon or anywhere and get one. But as far as that goes, with my condition, in order for me to have my medical card that I have to only get once every year now instead of once every 2 years, I have to go get a stress test every other year before I get it. So in the process of getting a stress test, I know a lot of people, and I don't know if you know some people, but I know a few people after they've had a stress test, they've gone in to have a procedure, and in the middle of the procedure, they found that they have an artery that's blocked, that their stress test said they were perfectly healthy.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to go get a stress test, which is probably the best thing you can get other than having a catheter put up in you to actually see what's inside of you, and a stress test isn't even 100%, there's nothing they can put in the truck to tell you what's going to happen to you or anything like that.
Yeah, remember the news guy, I think it was Russert, was it Tim Russert, who passed away from a heart attack?
Yeah,
he had just had a stress test like in the week prior to his heart attack.
Yep. Heck, I had a DOT physical a month before mine. So there's nothing out here unless you actually have that catheterization done and they go up in there and actually physically look inside your arteries and veins to know what you have for blockage. There isn't any way to know. And as far as having the heart attacks after shoveling snow, it's because of that blockage that you go out and you overexert your heart, which is a muscle, and you overexert it, and then it can't provide enough oxygen and the blood flow to all your other vital organs, and your organs start shutting down because they don't have enough oxygen, and your heart's one of the organs, big muscle, and your body tries to make sure that your brain always has oxygen, so it shuts everything else down, and that's kind of where the heart attack comes from. But it's the last thing we need is more crap to be hooked up to. If you looked in these new vehicles, Steve, there's more distractions in these new vehicles, and then you want to be hooked up to some monitor system too to keep track of you going. Yeah, Ed, you're an idiot. But anyways, I don't know. I guess it's a good thought, and it's always good to be thinking ahead. So really, it's not a bad thing. But yeah, that's not the last thing we need here. So. Anyways, hey, with that, I'm just getting ready to pull in here, see if I can put some gas in my wagon and head on down the highway. So maybe I'll give you a ringy-dingy back there on the, what do they call that? The slowest hour in radio or something?
The
longest hour.
The loneliest hour, the longest hour, yeah. All right, well, with that, we're up to top of the hour. Get a news update and more to come. Great to have you with us. Close out the Memorial Day weekend, time zone to time zone, working our way into the first day of June. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
On his first Memorial Day in office, President Joe Biden paid tribute to the nation's fallen heroes at Arlington National Cemetery.
Remember those who gave their all in the service of America, in the service of freedom, in the service of justice. Remember their sacrifice, their valor, and their grace.
Before his speech, the president laid a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier. And Texas Governor Greg Abbott has threatened to veto funds for the state legislature after a group of Democratic representatives walked out of the Texas House on Sunday, effectively blocking a vote on an elections reform bill. Abbott tweeting Monday that his veto would withhold pay for those he said were abandoning their responsibilities. The bill is one of several pieces of legislation proposed in several states that proponents say are necessary to combat voter fraud. Critics say the Texas proposal would make it more difficult to vote, especially for people of color. This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
Calls have been increasing for some form of boycotting the 2022 Winter Olympics being held in Beijing. Last week, 2 lawmakers introduced a bill that would ban American companies that sponsor those games from contracting with the federal government. Florida Republican Mike Waltz co-sponsored the bill with New Jersey Democrat Tom Malinowski, who explains to CNN why he believes that their legislation is necessary.
I just don't think it's appropriate to hold the Olympics in a country that's committing a genocide. This is in some ways worse than 1936 in that respect. And what our bill does, it doesn't force the athletes to boycott. I don't want them to lose this experience, but it would put pressure on the U.S. corporate sponsors of the game by saying that they can't contract with the U.S. government if they sponsor these games.
A recent report from the State Department accused China of committing a genocide against the Muslim Uyghur people in its Xinjiang region. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Edgar Bergenauer with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo is laying the blame for COVID-19 at the feet of the Chinese government. Lance Pry reports.
As the Chinese government says they're done investigating the origins of the coronavirus pandemic and blame it on nature, many in the scientific community says there's nothing natural about this virus and are pointing at a Wuhan, China laboratory as the source. Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo on Fox News says this is a cover-up by the Chinese government.
Every piece of evidence points to a leak from this laboratory. It's all circumstantial, to be sure. The people who could clean this up, the people who could answer these questions have refused to do so. The Chinese Communist Party knows where this came from. They know who patient 0 was. They could fix this. If I'm wrong, they could embarrass Mike Pompeo. Come on, bring it. Show the world that this didn't come from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. They're not going to do that because they know that they covered this up in the same way that Chernobyl was covered up for so long, and we saw the same results. Millions of people dead.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And the second-ranked female tennis player in the world has withdrawn from the French Open after being fined for skipping post-match interviews. Naomi Osaka was fined $15,000 on Sunday for skipping mandatory interviews following her first-round win at Roland Garros. Osaka had said on social media that she'd skipped the press conferences, citing mental health concerns. In a statement Monday, Osaka withdrew from the tournament, explaining that she thought it was the best thing for the tournament, the other players, and her well-being to drop out. She also said she'd been dealing with depression for several years and would be taking some time away from the sport. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Anybody ready for a summertime warm-up? You're going to get it in some parts of the country as the intense heat out west begins to expand eastward later this week. Forecasters expect many cities in the north-central U.S. and southern Canada to actually be hotter than parts of the south. Daytime temperatures going to surge up to 25 degrees higher than your typical early June averages, from Montana all the way to Michigan and northward through the Canadian prairies of Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. For the middle and latter portions of this week, it's going to be a big northward bulge in the jet stream that's going to allow hot air to flow in just days after Memorial Day. Marks the unofficial start of summer. All right, Mother Nature first starts to crank up the heat probably Wednesday in places like Great Falls and Missoula, Montana, Calgary, Alberta. Temperatures going to be climbing to near record territory, upper 80s and lower 90s. Thursday through Saturday, the toasty temperatures are going to expand eastward across southern Canada and the northern plains, as well as the upper Midwest. The heat will probably bring the first 90-degree temperatures of the year to places like Bismarck, Grand Forks, and Fargo, North Dakota later this week. The mean first 90-degree or higher day is June the 8th for Bismarck and Fargo, June the 11th for Grand Forks, so we're just a few days early. International Falls in Minnesota, Winnipeg, Manitoba, other areas where thermometers are going to be soaring into the 90s, challenging some record highs later this week. So it's actually going to be warmer there than it is in the southeast. New Orleans, Atlanta, you're going to see clouds and, of course, frequent storms are going to keep your high temperatures down later this week. By Friday of this week, Marquette, Michigan will be approaching a daily record of 84 degrees from back in 1971. Thunder Bay, Ontario, you may break your 1976 record of 85 degrees. So with such a prolonged bout of heat, cooling demand is going to skyrocket as the temperatures soar. Increased cooling demand may place a strain on the power grid, as well as your wallets at the same time. Here again, this brings to mind our power grid is struggling to keep up with winter heating or summer cooling, and you've got this push to electrify every damn thing. Something's going to break, something's going to give at some point here. All right, it looks like dry weather will accompany the heat. That's going to allow the opportunity to maybe cool off at a local pool or a stream or a lake without concerns of storms interrupting your plans. Drought conditions ranging from severe to exceptional have actually been plaguing eastern Montana into the Dakotas. Severe to extreme drought being reported in southern Saskatchewan and Manitoba. So the above-average warmth may stick around even into next week across the northern tier of the U.S. and southern Canada. There could be some opportunities for some beneficial rain in that time frame, but talking about a strain on the power grid in the first week of June. We got a lot of summer coming our way. With that, it is 844-844-3388. Gary, if you can hang in there, then in Tennessee, got you next. Let me get to Joe checking in. Good morning, Joe. How was your Memorial Day weekend?
Hello, Steve. How are you doing tonight?
Doing well. Got settled in, back to the old grind.
Yeah, so I just wanted to see how you were doing and just see how your Memorial Day was. We had a pretty good day today, barbecuing, and I did some work. So, yeah, and I just wanted to wish everyone out there who's listening, if you are a veteran or someone who is in the military or has a relative that was, I just want to thank you for your services. And thanks for having me on tonight, Steve.
That's great. Hey, thank you so
God bless
much.
you.
Yeah, good to hear from you. Glad you had a good weekend with your dad there. And I hope you enjoyed my little story about my doggy. I knew you were asking about Turbo. All right, with that, who's next up? Gary, yeah. Gary, who's checking in, I believe, from, is it Irwin, Tennessee? Morning, Gary.
Well, good morning, Steve. I just want to let you know you are probably one of the best weathermen out there, because a friend of mine, a couple that lives over near Marietta, Ohio, and they're right there on the border. I think it's with Virginia or something like that. I'm not familiar with all that area. But anyways, I used to live in Michigan. But anyways, to make a long story short, they were telling me about you, and I started listening to you. But you are one of I think, the best weathermen. You give the best predictions in the weather than anyone I've ever heard of, on the radio. So I wanted to thank you for that. But anyways, I just wanted to share something with you. I was on your show, or calling in, listening, and about 3 weeks ago, and the guy that sponsors Hot Shot Secrets, what's his name again?
Chris Gabrelchik, the boss man?
Well, yeah, I guess he was the one doing an interview with you on the show there. But anyways, there was a bunch of people calling in about their transmissions, having problems, and I bought this. I think it was a 203 Lincoln LS, and when I bought it, I didn't test drive it, and then when I finally did test drive it after about 3 days, it started jerking. And then I called the guy up and I said, I want my money back. And he goes, well, for what? I said, and he was telling me about the transmission. I said, it's jerking. He goes, it wasn't doing it when I had it. I said, oh, yeah, it didn't do it for you, but it's doing it for me. And he was just a real jerk about it, and his wife was being a jerk about it. But I was going to sue him, and then people were saying that there's no lemon law and you can't sue him. It costs $200 just to go to small claims court. And I didn't have the money, and I never did. So anyways, I was listening to you guys talking about people calling in. It seems ironic that there was like 2 or 3 other people having shifting problems with their transmissions. And I'm saying, I do too. So I called in, and the guy was talking, I was listening. And when I was talking to him, he said there's, he's talking about all different kind of products, but several people had called in talking about their problems with their transmission. So when I was talking to him about the Hot Shot Secret shift restore is what he was talking about.
Right.
He said, go ahead and try it. He said, go ahead and try it, and if it don't work, you get your money back. And I said, I have nothing to lose, so I got it, and that was about 3 weeks ago when I ordered it. But I'm telling you, after about, I'm guessing probably, I noticed a difference after about 65, 75 miles, something like that. I already noticed a difference. Now I've got about 300 miles on it, and the shifting is shifting fine. It was going like, it'd be going along and then clunk, clunk. Every time I hit third gear, it would clunk real bad. But I'm telling you, this stuff works, and I would highly recommend it to anybody that's having problems with their transmission, because this stuff does work, and I just wanted to thank you for that.
That is a great testimonial, Gary. That's exactly what they love to hear. And they hear those sort of stories all the time. But, so you can help spread the word. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors. And yes, it really works.
It's amazing, and then I heard Horse Feathers talking earlier about, having clogged arteries and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not trying to push a product, but there is a product. It's called Strauss Heart Drops. It's a liquid. You put it under your tongue. And the guy that invented this actually was supposed to go in for a bypass operation. He said he's not going to do it. And he ended up developing this Strauss Heart Drops. And he lived many, many more years after that because of this product. You know, it's got a lot of natural things in it, you know, that will not hurt anybody. But I'm just saying, you know, if somebody is having problems with arteries. Another thing that they mentioned when I was listening to the show about this Strauss Heart Drops is that if you get a crease in your earlobe, that's a sign that you're ready to have a heart attack. I've never heard that, but if it's a little crease in your earlobe, and if you have that, it's just telling you that you're ready to have a stroke or a heart attack. And so this stuff really does help, and it's not real cheap, but it does work. And I don't believe in going to the doctor all the time, and I don't want to go to the doctor, but I'm just saying I just wanted to share that with your listeners. But I really appreciate you and all that you do, and I enjoy listening to your show. But I wanted to wish you, and I want to thank all the veterans out there that, you know, that laid their life down, their families. I'm sure it's hard for them knowing that they lost somebody, but they did lay it down for our lives, for our freedom. And so I wanted to thank them for all that they've done, and wish all the families that have lost somebody a blessed week.
That's great. Hey, thank you so much, Gary. I appreciate the testimonial. Chris is actually going to be back on with us this Friday morning. The first Friday in each month he joins us. So maybe you can ring him up and share your story if you can get through Friday morning.
Okay. Well, thank you very much to you. I really enjoy your program.
There you go. All right. The Shift Restore. And there you go. This stuff really works. All right. I mentioned, we had the flyover, the International Space Station at 10:32 this past evening, a few hours ago. Beautiful, bright, shining bright, straight overhead. Yeah, here in Southwest Ohio. Pappy got some video of it. He posted on his Facebook page. Apparently, a robotic arm attached to the International Space Station was hit by a tiny piece of space junk, resulting in damage to the thermal blanket and the boom beneath. The component known as Canadarm2 remains operational, they say, though the event serves as a kind of a shocking reminder of the fact that space junk is now a major problem, has the potential to cause catastrophic damage. In a blog post, the Canadian Space Agency, which designed this particular robotic arm, announced that the damage was first noticed during a routine inspection back on May the 12th. The piece of debris that hit the ISS was too small to be tracked, yet was traveling fast enough to pierce the metal outer layer of the arm. Now they're continuing to conduct planned operations. The damage is limited to a small section of the arm boom and the thermal blanket. The arm is right now scheduled to complete a number of tasks, including maneuvering a robot called Dexter into position so it can replace a faulty power switch box. But here's the issue. The amount of man-made debris circulating in low Earth orbit has been increasing ever since the space age got started, with the launch of Sputnik all the way back in 1957. 60 years on, the number of defunct objects in our orbit massively exceeds the number of active satellites right now. According to CSA, over 23,000 objects the size of a softball or larger are being tracked 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to detect potential collisions with satellites and the International Space Station. But at the same time as these items degrade and fragment, They produce smaller debris that cannot be tracked, and there poses a significant risk to all space travel and operations. The European Space Agency says the majority of these tiny fragments are generated as a result of leftover fuel and batteries exploding on discarded spacecraft, with an average of 12.5 events of that nature every year. As a consequence, their estimate is more than 130 million objects, measuring upwards of a millimeter in size, are currently clogging up our orbit. All kinds of stuff out there to be concerned with. Now, if a piece of debris the size of a softball were to impact the International Space Station, that's where they talk about potentially catastrophic. I mean, an outright breach of the space station could occur. All right, look at it, 23 past the hour. Next up, what are we looking at here? It's 844-3388. How was your Memorial Day weekend, Smiley?
I think you got Chevy guy here.
Yeah,
but,
I'm telling a joke, Smiley. You posted that picture on Facebook, and you said, "Yes, I'm smiling." And I said, "If that's a smile, I'd hate to see a frown."
Well, my niece constantly gets on me, so I redid it and I show it on. You know, to me it's a scary looking grin, sort of like, "Hey, I just run over a Honda." So didn't know that she drove a Honda, but she quickly let me know she drives a Honda. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to get into a capsule and go for a space ride up into the upper atmosphere and tour the junkyard we got up there.
Mm-hmm.
And think about it. Well, we've got satellites they're shooting up there, and they bust out, and they're about as big as a tissue box. And they're all over, scatter them out over there. That's a thought. But now I'm not going to get on Big Ed. I hear what he's saying, but no. I trust Big Ed. You pre-trip yourself before you get into the truck, before you even show up to the truck. And no, I ain't good. I go call hey guys, I can't do the trip. I'm not well. Or you pre-trip, you trip yourself every time you stop. Refresh the truck, refresh yourself. You ain't ready to go. Boom, you call. I'm 64 years old. I understand that. You got, I go to bed. I do 6 hours of sleep, no matter what. That's not enough for some, but that's 6 hours for me. And I can run through the early morning hours. I'm good as can be. I don't, I'm responsible for that. So I make sure I get that before I go to work. We don't need the government doing this stuff, guys. I mean, of course, that's why they want to go to autonomous vehicles to take out the risk of humans. So, human beings, I guess. But he did bring up something that's interesting. Who's going to pre-trip these things before they hit the road? How many times we've gone down the road in a spring break, every time you stop the truck, you take a leak. You walk around your truck. There's a lot of times you're just taking a leak. You come back out to your truck, there it is. You caught it. The autonomous is going to keep on going the whole trip. There's a lot of questions he brought up that I thought were, we hadn't talked about. That's who's going to be pre-tripping and watching it as you go along. There's more than just driving here. We monitor the constant things that maybe they can't do electronically, I want to make a suggestion. I have absolutely thrown back now. Big Moose shared with me and it was inspired by Big Ed, by the way, I believe you said. That song, I think I shared that with you. That's Big Move's a song he wrote and a song he sang. Man, I'll tell you what, yeah, I'd love to hear it played on the show. Mm-hmm. If that's between you and him. But he's making me mad. He's a successful owner operator, businessman, car builder, and he sings better than Kenny Price. I mean, I called Neil up, and we're out here busting our butts, making a living, doing what we can. We go home, do a little bit at the house, and do the honeydew list. And I said, Neil, after hanging around Moose, you sort of wonder, what the heck am I doing with my life? So that's just aggravating. The man gets so much done in just a short amount of time. It's just amazing. I think that's what I just always remember. And my final thought here, I guess, Benjamin Franklin said it. Those that require safety over freedom deserve neither freedom or safety. So we got to protect our freedoms in this country, because I'm sitting here last night and watching just before I left the house, Belarus, where they brought an airliner down and took an activist in prison. They're talking to a Russian reporter saying they're putting Russian reporters and protesters in jail. And I'm thinking, my goodness, they're talking about Nancy Pelosi. They're talking about our what they're doing in our country today. We have political prisoners. Whatever happened to that guy they come down to Florida and kidnapped him because he was he had receipts of being up there. They're pulling people in that just showed up. Not that they don't have proof they crossed the line at the Capitol. That's trespassing. That's just trespassing, armed insurrection with no arms found. But you understand, I'm sitting there watching what's going on in Russia and Belarus, and it's happening here. Somebody needs to start screaming their lungs out. And I think I'm getting more fearful now than I ever been in my life. And I'm 64. I mean, I'm heading out the door. But it's the things when I look in the faces of my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren. I said, Lord, what my parents and my grandparents handed me was freedom. And I don't feel like I'm handing them much. I feel like I'm handing them, a shallow promise. Let's put it that way. So other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the mail. Big Ed, love you, brother. And, final. I go shopping early morning on Sundays. I go shopping. The older people go there on Sunday morning, and I'm telling you, I've gotten hit on by some women. And it's old women our age. So that's if you want to pick up chicks, go shopping at Walmart early morning hours. So, because the cutie ones with the little hot pants and the hope tops, they don't wake up till 8, 9, or 10. So you go there, you find you a good woman, and act like you're helpless trying to find something, and ask around, strike up conversations. The single ones that come in there and get on you, brother. Other than that, I'm going to sit back, copy the mail, and try to hold my trap shut for a while. How about it?
The place to meet chicks when you're 65. Walmart. It is 844-844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The World Health Organization is changing the way it names variants of the coronavirus, it says, to simplify the nomenclature around the most concerning strains. The variant first identified in the UK, known as the B117 strain, will now be known as the Alpha variant, the strain from South Africa to be called the Beta variant, the Indian strain called Delta, and the Brazilian strain will be known as the Gamma variant. The WHO says it will continue to use Greek letters for any future strains that rise to the level of being a variant of concern. And on his first Memorial Day in office, President Joe Biden paid tribute to the nation's fallen heroes at Arlington National Cemetery.
We remember those who gave their all in the service of America, in the service of freedom, in the service of justice. Remember their sacrifice, their valor, and their grace.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Attention seniors on Medicare and Medicaid or receiving extra help for your prescription drugs. We have great news. You can change or enroll into a Medicare plan every 3 months if you qualify, all from the comfort and safety of your own home, over the phone. No one even needs to come to your home. And in minutes, we'll tell you all about some additional new Medicare benefits for you, like dental, vision, hearing, transportation, and more. Call us. We'll explain all your new Medicare benefits. Premiums are as low as $0 per month. Even if you are not paying anything for your coverage now, you need to call our licensed agents to review your plan. There are zero-cost plans available in some areas. Don't wait till next year. Get all the Medicare benefits you deserve. Call a licensed agent today.
800-461-2114. 800-461-2114. That's 800-461-2114. Paid for by Senior Choice Plan.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Checking out some of the industry headlines. from our friends at CDL Life. Let's see what we're looking at here. Thursday of last week, a Florida man arrested accused of stealing millions of dollars worth of government-owned ventilators that were being transported by a truck on the way to an intensive care facility, they tell us. 42-year-old Yolvis Hernandez, arrested in Del Rio, Texas, on an indictment out of southern Florida. He was charged with federal conspiracy, possession of stolen goods being shipped interstate, and theft of government property. Authorities say that back on August the 9th, Hernandez and his co-conspirator, Luis Montero, stole a tractor-trailer loaded with 192 medical ventilators en route to Miami International Airport. The truck was stolen from a lot where the driver left it overnight, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office. The ventilators were on their way to a COVID-19 intensive care facility in El Salvador as part of a U.S. government aid program to treat critically ill patients. Following an investigation, authorities were able to recover most of the ventilators. Montero was arrested September 15th and has also been charged with federal conspiracy, possession of stolen goods being shipped interstate, theft of government property. He's being held without bond pending trial. Multiple agencies aided in the investigation. In this case, they tell us FBI, the FBI's Miami Major Theft Task Force. Again, a number of other agencies involved. Then a truckload full of necklaces, apparently intended to fend off COVID-19, was seized at an Arizona-Mexico border recently. April 16th, they did not make it public until last Thursday. According to the border report, the truck was traveling through Nogales, Arizona border checkpoint when agents realized the nature of the cargo. 30,000 what they call virus shutout necklaces are lanyards with blue packets of chlorine dioxide attached, a chemical which can cause severe breathing problems. The packaging boasts several cautionary statements, including not to place the product in your underwear, but claims to create antiviral clouds around the user to prevent COVID-19. In addition to posing potential health and safety hazards, counterfeit goods are often of inferior quality. Peeling labels, low-quality ink or printing errors on the packaging, loosely packaged items in the box, all signs that the product you purchased may not be legitimate. These made-in-China necklaces had an estimated value of about $500,000. All right, let's hang some chlorine around your neck. Fend off the COVID. All right, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up as we roll on into the early hours of a Tuesday here. Closing out the Memorial Day weekend. Plenty of room for you. Lines available at 844-844-3388. All right, it says on the screen, big-ass Porsche, as in automobile.
Nah, it's big Ed, Steve.
Big-ass
Look,
Porsche.
I'm not going to start. Yeah, well, red ass. I'm not going to start a fight on your show, okay? Now, I have dealt with a lot of punks over the years on your radio show, Steve.
Uh-huh.
And my opinions aren't necessarily the opinions of a whole lot of people. And I've never been offended when somebody trashes the opinion that I have. That's fine. That's what the show's about. Just because I think it's a good idea or an opinion, don't mean it is. But when you refer to me as an idiot, at that point, you're insulting my intelligence and you're insulting my integrity. So, Mr. Punk, don't ever do that again. And that's all I'll get to say to you. You'll need them brass knuckles. I don't need them. Thank you.
We're going to have this is going to be the backup match in the backyard brawl on July the 4th. Would that be a 3-rounder or a 2-rounder? Or maybe a half a round, I don't know. All right, there you go. Gotta love it. It's 844-844-3388. And we'll flip over to who else has checked in here. I've got a little bit behind on that. There's Rick. Rick Friend checking in there. Hope you had a good weekend, Rick. Let's see. Morning, Steve, from the formerly great state of Illinois. So glad you got the day off. 57 degrees at the Rehab Central Lake Villa in Illinois. God bless you, truck drivers, and thanks for bringing the goods home. By the way, I'm boycotting products made by that Atlanta, Georgia beverage company. I did enjoy the NASCAR race, though. I renamed the Be Less White 600. Yeah, there you go, Kevin. That's about the extent of it. Yeah, the big race over the weekend. You know what he's talking about. Gary checking in. Morning. Hope everybody had a great Memorial Day weekend. Dale says, great. Now Big is starting to cruise the care centers. Looking for love, right? Let's see here. Who else we got? Scroll on down the line. Yeah, a lot of conversations going there, but thanks for all checking in this morning. All right, I had several COVID stories as this whole debate continues to rage about to be vaccinated or not be vaccinated. If you didn't get it, you probably missed the biggest lumber boom in history. Since the beginning of COVID-19, lumber prices have obviously shot up like 5 times. This year alone, lumber has doubled, reaching an all-time record of $1,670 per 1,000 feet of board. I actually shared a post that Lone Ranger had put up over the weekend. He was at the Home Depot store there somewhere, I guess, in Pennsylvania. He took a picture of the price, 3/4 of an inch plywood, $102 per sheet. All jokes aside, the boom is not about lumber. The prices of all raw material, from copper to soybean, everything's going up. And so far, commodities are the best performing market corner this year. Of course, in human terms, a commodity is any raw material from industrial metals like copper and steel to livestock that you can trade on an exchange. Yeah, you can trade pigs if you're in the mood. These basic goods are the first thing that goes into the production of finished product. It means they're highly cyclical. In other words, the better the economy's doing, the more stuff it's making, the more stuff it's making, the more raw materials you need, and vice versa. So why are commodities soaring so much higher when the economy has barely recovered, they tell us? Have people begun building 5 times more homes? Or have vegans given into the allure of bacon? Lean hogs are up 68% this year. Surging commodity prices are less a demand problem and more of a supply problem right now. Take the lumber producers, for example. Who would have thought that COVID would bring a housing boom? Yeah, imagine how crazy you would have sounded last March in 2020 saying that, lumber producers, the lumber producers were shutting operations. They were selling off inventories. They thought we're gonna wait for better times. Obviously, there's going to be a big slump in people buying homes. It's not just the materials that slimmed down. As recently as last December, inventories at American companies dried up to the lowest levels apparently since 1992. Until the last minute, businesses were playing it safe. But then the vaccines came along. All of a sudden, recovery was on the horizon. Everybody goes on a buying spree. Now companies don't just need to make more stuff. They have to restock those drawn down inventories. The entire supply chain is playing catch up right now. And that all begins with the raw materials. Meanwhile, material producers can't flip the switch back and say, yeah, there's a lead time to bring back and extend their operations. The result, the world is suddenly short on everything. Materials are being gobbled up like AirPods on Black Friday, and the prices are going up with them. So the bigger question is this temporary, or is it a repeat of the post-Great Recession boom and bust? Will it stick around? Yeah, there's differing opinions. While COVID led to all sorts of weird disruptions, the boom and bust in commodities that came with it, not really uncommon. Commodities have gone through similar cycles many times in history. And they offer an almost deja vu-like view into today's boom. Take the Great Recession. After the housing collapse, the global economy plunged into one of the worst recessions in history. Businesses went bust or scaled back. Demand for commodities dipped. Producers flooded the world with raw material, and the glut crashed their prices 50%. Then the fears blew over. Businesses picked themselves back up and started producing more stuff. Commodity producers, could not meet that demand on such short notice. Materials became scarce, and by 2011, commodity prices, you may recall, went through the roof. Meanwhile, high prices incentivized investment into the expansion of production, and the supply gap was soon filled, crashing commodity prices by 50%. So the bearish argument is the invisible hand will fix this imbalance. After the material producers work out the supply bottleneck, commodity prices will return to normal. And if that's not enough to meet demand, higher prices would encourage more investment into operations, which sooner or later are going to fill the gap. Now, they talk about super cycles that span decades. And that keeps, the inertia keeps pushing commodity prices higher for years. The last super cycle began in the late 1990s. At the turn of the century, major emerging countries like China, India began rapid industrialization of their economies. These projects needed unthinkable amounts of energy and industrial material like steel and copper. As usual, supply lagged and commodity prices went up. By 2011, commodities peaked at 4 times higher before crashing. And to this day, they haven't recovered to those levels. Okay, that's the reason Goldman Sachs and J.P. Morgan have been banging the drum on a new decade-long super cycle into multi-trillion-dollar investments that are going to be going into green energy. In other words, the world is transitioning from a fossil fuel economy to a green energy economy. That shift is going to require tons of materials, from steel to lithium. Oh, by the way, since December, lithium is up 5 times. They're talking about all the batteries for these electric vehicles. All electric equipment needs the best non-precious metal conductor, aka copper. Solar panels need lots of copper. Electric vehicles need lots of copper. Matter of fact, 10 times more than our dirty cars right now. Some analysts at Goldman Sachs are going so far as to say copper is going to be the new oil. Well, does that mean we should hang on to our pennies? Because those pennies are going to be worth a lot more than a penny at some point in time. Points to ponder. All right, back to I mentioned the whole other side of the vaccine issue. There's a lot of people out there, not quite, but close to half of the population that are of vaccination age that are hesitant to get the vaccine. Many say, I don't want to be a guinea pig. I don't want to be part of an experiment because we just don't know for certain at this point in time. To me, that is a valid argument. Remember, late last week, we spoke to Pappy about the medicine that he had taken for several years, which has now been recalled, taken off the market. Hey, lo and behold, after all these years of research and study and authorization from the FDA, it causes cancer. It's killing people. Those things do happen quite often. Johnson & Johnson is one of the 3 emergency use authorization vaccines being taken by millions of people right now. Yeah, look back in time. For how many years did women in particular use Johnson & Johnson's talcum powder products? Which now there have been many cases of women coming down with ovarian cancer. Johnson & Johnson is asking the Supreme Court to review a $2 billion verdict in favor of women who claim they developed ovarian cancer from using their talcum products. There's a whole bunch of high-profile attorneys, some in unusual alliances. Remember the former independent counsel Ken Starr, who's representing the women who sued Johnson & Johnson. The nation's largest business groups are backing the company, and a justice's father also makes an appearance because of his long association with the trade group for cosmetics and personal care products. The court may say as soon as today whether or not they'll get involved. Johnson & Johnson argues that they didn't get a fair shake in the trial that resulted in an initial $4.7 billion verdict in favor of 22 women who used their products and developed ovarian cancer. The state appeals court then cut more than half the money out of the verdict and eliminated 2 of the plaintiffs, but otherwise upheld the outcome in a trial where lawyers from both sides presented dueling expert testimony about whether the company's talcum products contained asbestos, and asbestos-laced talc can cause ovarian cancer. Jury found for the women on both points. The judge said that the evidence at the trial showed particularly reprehensible conduct on the part of Johnson & Johnson. According to the judge, the company knew there was asbestos in products aimed at mothers and babies. They knew the potential harm. They misrepresented the safety of their products for decades. 9 of those women have now died from ovarian cancer. Of course, Johnson & Johnson denies that their products cause cancer. They called the verdict in this trial at odds with decades of independent scientific evaluations confirming Johnson's baby powder is safe. It is not contaminated by asbestos. It does not cause cancer. The company also is the maker of, yes, as I mentioned, one of the 3 COVID vaccines approved for use in the United States. Health concerns about talcum powders have prompted thousands of lawsuits by women who claim asbestos in the powder caused their cancer. All right, talc is a mineral similar in structure to asbestos, which is known to cause cancer, and they're sometimes obtained from the same mines. The cosmetics industry, actually in 1976, agreed to make sure their talc products do not contain detectable amounts of asbestos. Government analysis last year, 250,000 women found no strong evidence linking baby powder with ovarian cancer. Although even the study's lead author said, these results are very ambiguous. Okay, so, just back to the point. Anyone taking the vaccines right now, the manufacturers, whether it be Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, they're not liable for any issues that may come your way, whether it's 10 years, 12 years, or 20 years from now. Just a point that many people are making about the hesitancy for taking the vaccine. Coming up next hour, I'll get to the story right along that line where Facebook, according to the reports, is watching what you post, what everybody posts. And if you post things about vaccine hesitancy, they don't want to let you post that. It's the whole censorship society that continues to grow. That was a very interesting story, though. Like I said, we'll get to that in our next hour. Of course, we'll get back to your calls just ahead. Several lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The World Health Organization is changing the way it names variants of the coronavirus, it says, to simplify the nomenclature around the most concerning strains. The variant first identified in the UK, known as the B117 strain, will now be known as the Alpha variant, the strain from South Africa to be called the Beta variant, the Indian strain called Delta, and the Brazilian strain will be known as the Gamma variant. The WHO says it will continue to use Greek letters for any future strains that rise to the level of being a variant of concern. And on his first Memorial Day in office, President Joe Biden paid tribute to the nation's fallen heroes at Arlington National Cemetery.
We remember those who gave their all in the service of America, in the service of freedom, in the service of justice. Remember their sacrifice, their valor, and their grace.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
A former president is criticizing the current one over the crisis at the southern border. Tim Berg reports.
Former President Donald Trump is accusing President Biden of destroying the United States with his administration's failed border policies. Chad Wolf, who served as acting Secretary of Homeland Security under former President Trump, agrees with his former boss.
The administration are trying to take a victory lap at the moment, talking about how they're moving migrants, mainly minors, from one government facility to another government facility and saying we've solved the problem and the crisis. And that's anything, they have done anything but that. Solving the crisis is actually trying to stop the illegal behavior.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And the manhunt continues for 3 suspects accused of opening fire at a Miami banquet hall Sunday morning, killing 2 people and injuring 21. Newly released surveillance video shows 3 masked assailants getting out of an SUV, then running back to it following the shooting. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Over the weekend, former FDA Commissioner Dr. Scott Gottlieb, commenting on the investigation into the origins of COVID-19, said that we may never be able to pinpoint the virus's origin and added that leaks from labs are not rare. Dr. Jeanette Neshuat agrees with Gottlieb on both issues. The medical director at CityMD tells Fox News that there are many factors that could lead to a leak from a medical lab.
Now that we're over a year out of the initiation of this pandemic, it's really difficult to collect the data that we needed initially, especially with the lack of transparency out of the Wuhan Institute. So that makes it a lot difficult. But yes, it does happen. Breach of protocols, safety protocols are compromised even in the United States. And sometimes that's a result of poorly managed labs. Sometimes that's a result of not having updated safety protocols in place. Sometimes it's accidental, unintentional infection that a scientist can walk out with. And then, sometimes even theft can happen. Machinery failure can happen. So these are all the things that we have to take into consideration when we are researching.
And Texas Governor Greg Abbott has threatened to veto funds from the state legislature after a group of Democratic lawmakers walked out of the Texas House on Sunday, effectively blocking a vote on an elections reform bill. Abbott tweeting Monday that his veto would withhold pay for those who he said were abandoning their responsibilities. The bill is one of several pieces of legislation proposed in several states that proponents say are necessary to combat voter fraud. Critics say the Texas proposal would make it more difficult to vote, especially for people of color. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here on a Tuesday. Why do I keep wanting to say Monday? Because it kind of feels like a Monday after the holiday weekend, right? Right back where we left off there, talking about vaccine hesitancy. More than 100 employees at Houston Methodist Hospital have filed a lawsuit against their employer for requiring staff members to receive a COVID vaccine to keep their jobs. I knew these things would be coming. Probably the first of many. Saying the COVID vaccines are experimental and they don't want to be, quote, guinea pigs. The 117 employees argued in court that it's unlawful for their employer to require them to take these shots. Methodist Hospital is forcing its employees to be human guinea pigs as a condition for continued employment, according to the lawsuit. They wrote that the hospital's COVID-19 mandate requires the employee to subject themselves to medical experimentation as a prerequisite for feeding their families. They took issue receiving the experimental COVID-19 mRNA vaccines, the Pfizer and Moderna, for the first time in the history of the United States. An employer is forcing an employee to participate in an experimental vaccine trial as a condition for continued employment. The plaintiffs cited a letter included in the lawsuit from the CEO and president of Houston Methodist, Mark Boom, who allegedly directed employees, please see the human resources policy that outlines the consequences of not being compliant by June the 7th, which includes suspension and eventually termination. Meanwhile, at the top of the lawsuit, an alleged quote from a CEO of a Houston Methodist branch was included. David Bernard purportedly told an employee that 100% vaccination is more important than your individual freedom. Every one of you is replaceable. If you don't like what you're doing, you can leave and we'll replace your spot. Spokesman for the Houston Methodist disputed that quote in a statement, saying that Bernard did not say that to disgruntled employees, that he has respect for all employees. We are a values-based organization. Spokesperson did not comment on the letter from Boom, though. Lawsuit also asserted that employers mandating COVID vaccines is problematic because there is much the Food and Drug Administration does not know about these products, even as it authorizes them for emergency use, including their effectiveness against infection, death, transmission of the COVID. The FDA approved an emergency use authorization for the Moderna and Pfizer back on December. Gave the emergency authorization for Johnson & Johnson earlier this year. Okay, the lawsuit was filed by a Houston area attorney who tells ABC News that the Houston Methodist mandate violates the Nuremberg Code of 1947, written after the fall of the Nazi regime in Germany. Yeah, there's more to the story, but you get the gist there. Now, these are people working at a health facility. With that, let me get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. And yes, Horse Feathers, good morning.
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. I seem to have stirred up something here by the sounds of I climbed back in my truck from loading my tank of gas. So I apologize, Ed. I didn't mean to call him an idiot. Just the idea of what he did, his idea was I believe is on the idiot side. So I don't personally mean that he is, and I'm sure he has a lot of good values and thoughts, and he's a good person. And I didn't mean to in any way say that about him at all. So just to get that clear and straight. But anyways, but the thing is that you started the show out at the top of the hour, the beginning of the show with the story about the guy that can't go to work because he can't get a chip to put in his ELD. So all this stuff is going to require electronic devices and everything, and also be an intrusion in personal, your personal life. I don't know, the people that have the sleep apnea, they got to have a CPAP machine that has to have a card reader in it so that they have a certain amount of data they can go back and check you on and all that. Make sure you're, to go back and be Big Brother to make sure you're using your CPAP machine and all that. I don't know. There's a lot of other things out there that, if you lose weight, I mean, would you not have to have a CPAP machine? Same way with other diseases that are out there that, I mean, if you actually physically did something to your body to change it, which mostly is weight loss a lot of times to make things so you don't have things, should you be required to do that? I mean, and that goes just for the healthcare system. I mean, if you have something that causes you to have to go to the medical facilities to be treated, but if you could lose that problem with diet and exercise and become more physically fit, should you be required to do that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. So there, there's a lot of things out there, but just to put that other part in, and there's enough other troubles out here with trying to get down the road and do your job but I don't know. But I don't think we need to be regulated that strongly to do that. I mean, look at the people that have the lockouts for a DWI in their vehicle, and they have their 12-year-old kid blow in the tube so that they get a clean blow for being able to start their car.
Right. Yeah.
So there's ways to cheat the system too. Even if you have problems, there's going to be ways people are going to cheat it. But here, get this. Remember we had the whole COVID deal go on. You were just talking about the drugs and that, and there was waivers for people for medical cards and driver's licenses and all that. But me, as a person that's been out here having 35 years of clean drug tests, random drug tests, pre-employment drug test, never had a positive, I don't get a waiver for a random drug test. I have to go to a medical facility in the middle of COVID to get a random drug test, and in 35 years, I've never had a positive one. Am I going to start having positive drug tests now? Well, I guess it's possible, but it's not likely. So when do I get a pass, And and a lot of other people are going to say, well, I get a pass every winter when they relieve my hours of service. Well, there you go. I mean, that goes back to personal responsibility. I have to have the personal responsibility in order to say, I feel good enough. I know I'm healthy enough to go out and work 7 days a week. And if I want to work 14 hours or 16 hours or 18 hours, and if I think I'm feeling capable and able to, then I'm allowed to do it. So it all goes back to personal responsibility. It shouldn't be mandated by the government or told you have to do it by the government. And the thing is you start monitoring all that stuff. Who's going to monitor it? Where's it going to be kept? Where are all your medical data and all that? I mean, who's going to be able to hack into it and be able to use it against you somehow? Or it's just there's a whole lot of HIPAA and all kinds of other crap that just all come down along the lines for all that stuff. So I don't know. It's just it's a crazy mixed up world we're living in now. It's going totally insane, and don't add any more to the insanity. Just let's just try to get through with what we got right now, and maybe we can get to the other side. And I am glad Ed's not going down there to the nursing homes and putting spokes in the old lady's wheelchair wheels there to try to catch a date or something there. I'm glad he's not doing that. So, but anyways, Ed, I'm sorry, but I like you. I've never had a chance to talk to you off the air, just a little bit back and forth on the air, and we had that good banner going on when you were calling me Lip Dragger, and I was going to meet you down there for the cruise with the brass knuckles and all that there. And it's all in fun and games, but I didn't mean anything personally by it. It's just the idea of what that idea was. It kind of caught me off there a little bit there, and I was about ready to do something else, and so I don't know. Tried to get it in quick and didn't word it right. So whatever. Typical truck driver. Open mouth, insert foot, say everything wrong.
That's never happened before.
Anyway, you think? Anyway, so Well, you have a good rest of the morning, Steve, there, and maybe some of these other people there call in, especially them ones on the CPAP machine. You get all these people with a CPAP machine and have them tell us what you think about the way they have to have them, you have to wear them every night and get the readers and all that other crap they have to do and what they go through. So anyway, all right, we'll catch you later, Steve. Appreciate it. And everybody else have a good morning there. And Ed, you have yourself a fine day there, and we'll talk at you later again sometime. What do you say there? Keep the rubber on the road, and we'll catch you on the rebound.
There you go. All right. Thank you much. Have a good morning, Horse Feathers. Let me see here. Shaky sent me a couple of emails. Starting off with, Steve just wanted to say hi. Thanks to all of our military personnel and first responders. Thanks for all you do. My son is a police canine officer. You know, I never really understood why my family got so uptight when I hit the road until now. Because I worry about my son every day that he's out there on the road on patrol. Everybody have fun, speed safely. Then he's going back to Horse Feather's comment about taking a stress test. He said, I had to do a stress test a few years ago, and holy hell, I thought I was going to die right then and there. And one other tidbit he threw in, he's talking about commodity prices. He said, I've been scrapping for several years. Yeah, here lately, I've been averaging like $9,000 a week for 4 to 6 hours of work per week. I mean, I almost feel guilty. Yeah, no, I don't. So I guess you're saying scrap metal prices are way up right now? I assume they must be way up there. All right, Robert, got you coming up here. I believe Vic's on the line. Morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I was really calling about green energy, but I watched quite a bit of movies, not movies, but the shows, financial shows today, and they were talking about all these commodity prices going up, and they kind of got over into the crypto and all this. But the bottom line is this. It is unsustainable government money being pumped into the economy, and the Federal Reserve has no idea how they're going to get out of the mess. Because remember the quantitative easing thing? And they went, and basically quantitative easing was they were going to the banks and saying, we're going to sell so much debt, and we want you banks to buy this debt from us as U.S. Treasury bonds, notes, etc. And after you buy them, we will then take them off your hands, and we will just repeat this cycle over and over again until hopefully something catches and the economy takes off. Well, frankly, it never took off until Trump got elected. And that was whenever Janet Yellen was the Fed secretary. And she wound up saying, well, we have to start raising interest rates in case we have to do quantitative easing again. And that way we will have room to expand. Well, you see, she is now Treasury Secretary appointed by Biden. And it really wasn't about the economy. It was about politics, because Trump was proving that if you got the government out of the way, the economy would take over. And so now when you're looking at all these different commodity prices and the green energy and all this, there are people that are absolutely certain they're going to make this green energy work. They're going to reduce carbon dioxide and the carbon footprint and all this. Well, when I look at this, and I'm sorry to say agriculture has even jumped on the bandwagon. Now, whether people like it or not, coal is going to still be formed by the earth. The earth is still going to emit carbon vapors. There's things called the carbon sink. Sometimes they absorb carbon from the air. Sometimes they put carbon back into the air. None of that is going to change. You mentioned lithium batteries. Most of that lithium is in Mexico. But when you look at the lithium mining process, powered in a way by fossil fuels, a lot of the really big excavators run on electric power, but it's alternating current electric power. And for anybody that knows just a smidgen about electricity, you can step up or down alternating current. That was a big battle between Tesla and Edison, because Edison believed in direct current. Tesla didn't. But when you see your transformers out there and all that, you can, even like, even though it's direct current in your car there, the old fashioned coils and stuff, that's why at 12 volts going into that coil, and it wound around and greatly magnified the power, and you grab a hold of a spark plug and you get a pretty healthy shock. But anyway, there are people that are discussing all of this, and I don't think they have the slightest bit of technical knowledge, or if they do have technical knowledge, they're hoping to, I guess, befuddle the public to where they can get away with this. So when you have all this government money pumping into green energy, and also after COVID saying, well, we have to keep all these businesses going, a lot of people were actually making more money, as you've seen on unemployment with all the different goodies. And much to the surprise of people, they started buying things. A couple of weeks ago, I was talking to my neighbor about the cars, before all the chip shortage thing, they couldn't keep their car lots filled up because people were coming in and buying cars, much to their amazement. Well, it was because they had enough government money to do that. So when they pull the rug out from that government money, and they will have to at some point, because if they don't pull the government money out of the picture and they keep raising it and inflation takes off, whether Janet Yellen likes it or not, she is going to have to raise interest rates. And you mentioned the old time cycle on commodities. That's what killed the 70s commodity cycle and all the inflation. Was Paul Volcker came out and he made it illegal to actually trade commodities in 1979. And there were people that actually went to lunch from the Board of Trade thinking they had a fair amount of change, and came back to find out that they were actually debit and they couldn't borrow money to maintain their position. And then we went on to the high interest rate. And although a lot of people have forgotten that, it's just a stated matter of fact, that when the economy does not produce money by wealth accumulation, taking a natural resource, turn it into a finished product, and all along the line, people making it, when it instead is artificially inflated by the government, that's the situation you wind up with, whether it's the Weimar Republic or the United States today. So you were the scrapper guy that's talking about, making a lot of money. I don't care what commodity you look at today. There are people that are looking for the super cycle, and that has not, and the hoarding thing hasn't kicked in, but it will at some point, just like with the toilet paper last year. People want to get ahead of the curve. They even talking about cryptocurrencies today. Those have had a big run. Now they're kind of coming down, and again, the central bankers are not going to let the cryptocurrencies take their power away. It's just that simple. It isn't going to happen. Now, what will happen with the cryptocurrencies, who knows? But by and large, it all comes back to one thing. We have some people that I guess they think they're smarter than everybody else, that they can figure a way around nature, which they can't. And they also think that the government can print money forever and without the economy producing enough money to pay the taxes to pay for all this printed money. So, at some point, the string will run out. And of course, everybody's wondering, when the string is and can I get out the door before anybody else figures it out. But big emphasis of all this. You mentioned, you kept mentioning about all this electric power. And again, that's a big government power play, because when this started back in the 1970s, when oil prices went up, people talked about living off the grid. Well, when Obama come along, we used to have a saying that when they figure out how to hang a meter on the sun, we will have solar power. Well, the large power companies and Obama figured out how to do that. They would give a government grant to the utility companies to build windmills and solar panels, and then they would charge the consumer for that. But they didn't give any money directly to the ultimate consumer, the homeowner, the farmer, the rancher, or whatever, for them to build their own sustainable energy production. So whenever any of this things happen, the government is going to keep power, and just the way they're pumping all the money into this economy, eventually that will turn into a way to where that the government can, once again, I would have to say, sink the economy and a lot of people along with it to assert their power again. So whenever you look at all these commodity prices and everything going up today, number one, it's artificially created. When you look at the green energy thing, that is basically a pipe dream. That's all I can say, because whether you don't like fossil fuels or you don't like people digging for coal or pumping for oil or whatever, I don't know how you're going to make all these different products, because that require like plastics, your pharmaceuticals, all of these are petrol based, and you can't get away from that unless we abandon it some way, because you might have solar power or you might have wind power, but that's it. The best it can do is generate electricity. And the railroads for years, they have created, when you talk about a diesel locomotive, it's actually a diesel electric locomotive. The diesel's running the generator. It's a two-stroke diesel. That's why they have so much smoke to them. And they actually generate large electricity, and that goes to basically motors on each wheel that causes it to operate. And I just look at all this stuff, and I know I'm rambling here a little bit, but I get so damn frustrated, Steve, because it's like, where in the hell are these people coming from? Because the earth has created carbon for years. Coal is created, basically, it starts as a marsh bog, goes through lignite, and the next thing you know, the brown coal, then it becomes a black coal. And if it's like in a mountainous region, you have earthquakes or anything of that nature, you have compression. The ultimate outcome of compressed carbon are diamonds. I mean, I honestly, sometimes I'm angry and sometimes I'm kind of embarrassed. It's like, where did these people, not that I'm highly educated, but it's like most of this stuff I learned in grade school, excuse me. And then the technical knowledge, some more advanced technical knowledge came later. But whenever we're looking at this green energy, and we're still trying to crawl out from a COVID recession, I don't understand the need to even spend money at this point to make this conversion. And a lot of the companies that are saying, "Oh, well, we're going to have all electric vehicles and all this other stuff," you're going to have to mine a lot of minerals, and a lot of those, like your big drag lines and everything, they do run on electric, and most of that they run on is alternating current, and they have a lot of power, but at some place there has to be a power station generating that. And most likely that power station is going to be using fossil fuel. They're not going to be, you're not going depending on a windmill or a solar panel. And you've got this, actually Southern Ohio used to have the largest electric drag line in the world. It had a name for it. You can probably look it up. And then they shut down all the coal mining in Southern Ohio. So I don't know what happened to that. But anyway,
and now
you're out there with
China's the one using all the coal now, and I mean they're producing the nasty energy. We're shutting down the coal. China was a part of that Paris Climate Accord thing, but didn't they give them 15, 18, 20 extra years to even begin coming into compliance. So you got, you have all this Bitcoin mining going on, consuming incredible amounts of juice. And then, of course, mining with the dirty coal power. Yeah, they're in China, but it's just the feel-good thing to do, Vic. That's what it's all about. It's just the right thing to do. We're going to get off of fossil fuels. But with that, we got to get our news break, all right? Thank you much, Vic. As always, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Millions of Americans hit the road over the holiday weekend, with several airports reporting record numbers of passengers. TSA officials say they screened nearly 2 million people in the nation's airports on Friday. Los Angeles International Airport was one of several to report yearly passenger highs. AAA had predicted that more than 37 million Americans would travel over the holiday weekend. And while COVID cases in the United States continue to trend downwards, Vietnam is putting aggressive restrictions in place to deal with a surge in COVID cases following the discovery of a new variant of the virus in that country. Vietnam's largest city, Ho Chi Minh City, has been placed in lockdown for the next 2 weeks, with the government planning to test all of the city's nearly 9 million residents for the virus. Vietnam has seen a surge of more than 4,500 COVID cases in the last month, more than doubling their reported cases since the beginning of the pandemic. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you have an idea for a book, fiction, nonfiction, or a children's book? We can help you put it together and bring it to market at Dorrance Publishing. We have thousands of testimonials from people just like you that we've helped get their books sold in stores and online. We've even got a service called The Writer's Coach. It's perfect for people that have a book idea in their head and they just need someone to help them put it on paper. Dorrance Book Publishing has been helping people just like you who have a book idea, written or not, for over 100 years. Imagine being counted among the most famous authors in the world with your very own book. Call right now and let us help you turn a book idea into reality. It's easier than you think. You just need a little help. Call us now.
800-876-9035. 800-876-9035. 800-876-9035. That's 800-876-9035.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So apparently, catastrophe avoided in one case over the weekend. A man suspected of planning a mass shooting was arrested in Texas after authorities intercepted a message that indicated he was, quote, preparing to proceed. According to the Kerr County Sheriff's Office, 28-year-old Coleman Blevins made a specific threat to target a local Walmart store. According to KCSO in a statement posted Sunday, the Sheriff's Office posted an image of evidence apparently collected from his apartment that showed a rifle with multiple magazines, a flag with Nazi party symbols, and the national flag of Saudi Arabia. Books, handwritten documents also seized by investigators. The statement did not specify what kind of message had alerted authorities, but after intercepting it, they did confirm with the help of the FBI that Blevin had the capability to follow through with the threat. Blevins arrested on a warrant for a terroristic threat to create public fear of serious bodily injury. Currently on active felony probation, it is prohibited from possessing firearms. So the FBI and other federal authorities may seek federal charges in this particular case, according to KCSO. So that's one catastrophe averted. Yeah, meanwhile, you've got the case, where was that, in Florida, where a number of people were shot over the weekend. They believe it was a targeted scenario. 3 individuals, I believe, in a white van got out and just started shooting into a big crowd. I'll get the update on the numbers for that one coming. There's, I think, a $130,000 reward for information into who the shooters were in that particular incident for right now. So I guess they're on the run. Meanwhile, a lot of people bought guns in the past year. New data from Northeastern University and the Harvard Injury Control Research Center shows that about 20% of Americans who bought guns last year were first-time buyers. There were also increases in the amount of gun buyers and the amount of gun owners in the U.S., according to The Hill. Of the first-time gun buyers, half of them were women. 1/5 were Hispanic, 1/5 were black. First-time gun buyers accounted for about 20% of gun sales in 2019 as well. Data showed that 39% of households in the U.S. in 2020 owned guns, up from about 32% in 2016. Approximately 6.5% of American adults, we're talking like 17 million people, purchased guns last year. Reported earlier this month that there have been 16 consecutive months of record gun sales in this country. In the month of April, gun sales hit at least 1.8 million. FBI background checks hit over 3.5 million. So now that we've concluded the month of May, they'll be tabulating the numbers, and I would not doubt one little bit another record month may be in the offing. The times we live in, 17 before the hour. Get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Would this be Robert?
No. How about Rubber Duck?
Well, hello, Rubber Duck.
What are you doing, old man? So, did you get to watch any of the races?
Yeah, I had recorded the Indy 500. I watched, I was in and out, but watched that this past day. I did catch a little bit of the 600 this past evening on the rerun.
Apparently, Chase is a little upset that he had 4 too many numbers on his car at the 600 from the highlight that I saw.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I watched about the last 20 laps of the Indy race, and to see Helio win his fourth was really, really a cool story. It was. But did you say you have a Cadillac, or were they just joking?
No, it's an 02 Cadillac Seville, I think it is. It's got the North Star engine in it, which is apparently an engine that is notorious for having all kinds of problems.
Okay, yeah, okay, because I had a lot of people bust my chops over buying a 09 Cadillac CTS with the little 3.6 V6 in it. But I got it at a wholesale price because it had check engine codes on it, and it cost me $150 to put 2 spark plugs and 2 coil packs in it. And I put our illustrious Hot Shot Secrets gasoline extreme in it and cleared the codes, and don't need to put catalytic converters or anything on the car. And I've only put 100 and some miles on it, but the codes haven't come back.
How about that?
So how about that? There you go, Chris. Thank you, buddy. What? The vaccine, which I guess is a topic I really didn't want to get to, but I had to take it because of the amount of people that I come in contact with towing. And I took the Johnson & Johnson one right about 2 weeks before they pulled it completely off.
Mm-hmm.
I've had no side effects, no nothing from this. My boss that had the double dose shot, he's felt worse than I have, and he owns a gym and goes to the gym every day. And I'll put it this way: I smoke a pack of cigarettes a day, and probably drink a case of beer a week. But I didn't have any side effects. So I just think they're getting a bad rep.
It's kind of it's a weird thing. I mean, every individual has, some like you have no reaction at all. Other people feel like they're going to die for a couple of days, but I can understand why there's a lot of people that are hesitant about getting the shot, though.
I think I did it for my grandkids, my parents. I mean, if my mom's 93 years old, and she can get a shot, and she says, you can do it too. Okay, I don't know. Like I said, when we went in the Army, we got those shots. That was a cocktail of shots they gave you the first night you got off the plane with the basic training.
All kind of stuff. Yeah.
So, and I've never gotten sick more than a common cold since we had those. What were in those things? We don't know. So, but I don't know. We don't need to go there. But the racing weekend was a good weekend. Got grandkids to spoil up here, and hopefully we don't stay too busy, and I get home every night about 5 o'clock, and I can spend time with them. I haven't even got my garden started yet. Oh, can't get the rototiller to stay running long enough. So
maybe you need some hot shot secret in the rototiller.
Oh, well, we tried that, and I put a new plug in it still won't start. It got gummed up, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, I know we're getting close to that dark hour, and Horse Feathers, you're don't worry about starting no fights on the radio show there. At least you didn't get banned. Steve doesn't ban you. So everybody puts in a great input to the show, and that's what's made this show the show for, I don't know, 35 years.
It's been a few years. Yes,
might
it
have
has.
changed names. Might have changed names. Might move networks, but it's still the same principle. And thank God it is what it is.
Well,
and thank you for doing what you do.
Hey, Rubber Duck, thank you for listening in and participating when you get a chance. Speaking of Horse Feathers, hey, Horse Feathers, I had a personal message for you. I did get a message from Big Ed to pass on. Apology accepted. That was a class thing to do. So you're good to go. All righty. Yeah, thank you, Big Ed. And he kind of apologized for sorry for losing my temper. Okay, here's the scoop out of Florida. I mentioned there's a $130,000 reward for a mass shooting out of Miami to help them catch the suspects in this. It was early Sunday morning. 2 dead, 21 injured. Of that money, $100,000 of it's coming from a businessman and television personality, Marcus Lemonis, of the CNBC's The Prophet. I guess he sent out a tweet saying his portion of the reward includes a conviction of the suspects. The manhunt continued Monday for the 3 masked suspects who opened fire early Sunday morning outside a Miami banquet hall, killing 2 men, wounding 21 others. A shooting that authorities said had spread terror through the communities. Police released a snippet of the surveillance video that showed a white SUV driving into an alley at the strip mall housing the Amula Banquet Hall in Miami-Dade County near Hialeah. Video shows 3 people getting out of the vehicle, one with a handgun, the other 2 carried what police described as assault-style rifles. That's when the gunman sprayed bullets indiscriminately into the crowd, even though police said the assailants had specific targets in mind. Dade County PD Director tells the Miami Herald the shooters waited between 20 and 40 minutes before attacking shortly after midnight. Police did say some in the crowd returned fire. Video shows the three men returning moments later and driving off into the darkness. In all, 23 people shot. In addition to the 2 fatalities, 3 were in the hospital in critical condition. Because of privacy laws, police were not releasing the names of any of the victims at this point. The SUV used in the shooting was later found Monday submerged in a canal about 8 miles east of the banquet hall. That vehicle apparently was reported stolen about 2 weeks ago. Sunday's shooting came a little more than a day after a drive-by shooting claiming the life of one person outside of another venue about 13 miles away in the Wynwood area. 6 others injured in that incident. Some witnesses likened the scene to a war zone after a barrage of dozens of bullets sent people scurrying into the night. You know, the mayor said this was a weekend where we're supposed to be remembering, enjoying time with loved ones. Instead, we're mourning. You know, some are saying that there's concerns about a long, hot summer of violence ensuing in this country. Remember last week we were doing the over-under out of Chicago, how much violence we'd see over the Memorial Day weekend. Haven't seen the numbers yet. My wager was over 50. I don't know what yours, but see if we can pull some of that up here. It's 844-844-3388. Morning to the big moose out there on a Tuesday morning.
What do you say, bud?
How was your Memorial Day weekend?
Oh, pretty good. Me and the Wonder Boy got into a little project there. One of his little school buddies inherited Grandma's car, and it was in pretty sad shape of affairs. And he come up there all, droopy-eyed and frowny-faced, talking about how, he's wanted to keep Grandma's car, but they won't let him park it on the street because the neighborhood he lives in said it was too ugly, and he tried to spray bomb it, and that just made it worse. So I told him bring it up to the shop. So I got them boys after it. We sanded it down, primered it, painted it, and it rolled out there looking uptown again. I sent you the pictures. Took us about 22 hours, but we rolled it. It looked like it was ready for the junkyard when it come in there, and it left out of there looking like it had a mafioso and a Tommy gun sitting in the back seat.
How about that? Yeah, I'm looking at the pictures as we speak. Yeah, I hadn't seen those yet. How about that?
Yeah, he's a pretty good kid, and I told him, I said, well, Lord, I probably got enough old paint and stuff sitting around the shop. I said, bring that thing up here. I said, hell, I'll clean it up for you. So they come up there and jumped in on it with both feet, and I told them what to do, and they listened, and he rolled it in there Saturday morning. Sunday about 6 o'clock, he drove it home, man. And I tell you what, if I'd have given that kid $1 million on a gold platter, I couldn't have made him smile no bigger. And we pulled that big old black Lincoln out of there with them big shiny red wheels on it.
How about that?
Yeah, I was glad to help him out, because I tell you what, that's one of them little 2-door town coupe. Well, I say little, hell, it's 19 foot long, but as a town coupe, and I hate to see them things just go away. I told him, I said, you got good taste in vehicles, kid. I said, that old 460 might drink a little gas. I said, but who cares about a carbon footprint? We only go around once. So I said, just stomp that footprint deep. I told him my carbon footprint's going to be like a T-Rex. They're going to be archaeologists a million years from now finding my carbon footprint.
I see the sign over your old garage. You're the hillbilly heaven.
Hillbilly heaven, you got it. You see that outline right above the door there too? You know what that outline's of, don't you?
Can't really tell. Looks like it's some sort of what is it?
That's the outline of West by God. See, And that's where my old lady's granddad, that's where he was from, was West by God, Virginia. So he put that sign up there, and I kind of inherited the whole show, so I just left it up there as a tribute to old Bob. So,
Okay.
yeah. But, yeah, we had a pretty good time, man. And them kids, I let them go joyriding in my bus a little bit. Probably shouldn't have done that. None of them have license enough to drive it, but I figured, what the hell. The Wonder Boy was wanting to impress his little buddy there anyway, so I let him take Buster for a tour around town.
So you had an all right weekend, I guess. It was kind of a busy weekend, but somewhere in the mix, I guess you found
It was fun, though.
You found time to squeeze in a few blats, right?
Hey, buddy, I'm gonna tell you something. It got hot on me there Saturday, and I mean, it was just the sun come out, and it was kind of cool this weekend to start with. And then there Saturday evening, we was out there, and I was working up a sweat to start with, and that sun come out, and I started sweating good, so I went in there and got into the supply, and them first three went down so smooth and easy that the next three went down just as smooth, and before I knowed it, I was feeling a little bit lightheaded, and I looked down, and I had drunk 11 out of 12 of them down blats, and I was just dreading life because I knew what was going to happen first thing yesterday morning, and it did. Liquid plumber.
The blats splats.
Yeah, I'm telling you, they probably heard me howling in Kansas City. I tell you, whew. I'm getting too old for that crap. I can't do that no more. But, yeah, I seen where Ed and Horse Feathers having a little spat there tonight, and I thought, man, this would be a great opportunity to get us a second round going, because I plan on mopping the floor with Barney and Woody in about 30 seconds. We can get somebody else in there to throw a little show on, for the big 4th of July bash at the Sommers Ranch. I think we'd be better off, because like I said, equipping the old fly rod and the heat wave there, that ain't going to take more than, 35, 40 seconds. People won't even be able to sit down and get the popcorn open before that fight's over. So we need to line us up an underdog match.
Yeah, card number 2, yes.
Yeah, pull a second card out on them. So. But that's all my malarkey for tonight. Just keep it twixt the spotted and the solid, sunny side up, greasy side down. We'll be 10-10 till we do it again.
Sounds like a plan. Have a great day. Be safe out there. And here's another weekend where the big moose is, helping people, helping other people. Always looking to do for somebody else, huh? All right, we got to get a news update here. Top of the hour has rolled around. We got more to come, though. Want to jump on board? Our number, as always, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Millions of Americans hit the road over the holiday weekend, with several airports reporting record numbers of passengers. TSA officials say they screened nearly 2 million people in the nation's airports on Friday. Los Angeles International Airport was one of several to report yearly passenger highs. AAA had predicted that more than 37 million Americans would travel over the holiday weekend. And while COVID cases in the United States continue to trend downwards, Vietnam is putting aggressive restrictions in place to deal with a surge in COVID cases following the discovery of a new variant of the virus in that country. Vietnam's largest city, Ho Chi Minh City, has been placed in lockdown for the next 2 weeks, with the government planning to test all of the city's nearly 9 million residents for the virus. Vietnam has seen a surge of more than 4,500 COVID cases in the last month, more than doubling their reported cases since the beginning of the pandemic. You're listening to USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
The manhunt continues for 3 suspects accused of opening fire at a Miami banquet hall early Sunday morning, killing 2 people and injuring 21. 18 people were hospitalized, with 3 remaining in critical condition. Newly released surveillance video shows 3 masked assailants getting out of an SUV, then running back to it after the shooting. The car seen in the video was found Monday in a canal about 9 miles from the location of the shooting. It had been reported stolen. More than $100,000 has been offered as a reward for information leading to arrests in the case. Miami-Dade County Mayor Daniela Levine Cava says that people are coming forward. She tells CNN that the police department has a good relationship with the community, spurring many people to come forward with information.
I understand that there are lots of leads. I have spoken to Crime Stopper, and they are getting calls. I can't tell you which of these leads is going to bear fruit, but people are calling. We have very high trust in our community with our law enforcement agency, and that is working to our benefit. People are coming forward.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Edgar Bergenauer with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Summer camps may be an outlet for kids to deal with the mental stress of the pandemic. Tim Berg has more.
The national head of the YMCA hopes summer camps can help America's youth mentally recover from the pain and stress of the pandemic.
They experienced significant difficulties over the past year, with school being virtual, isolation, away from their friends.
On CBS's Face the Nation, Kevin Washington saying all affiliates will follow CDC and local health guidelines to provide a fun, safe environment for children at camps this summer. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The World Health Organization is changing the way it names variants of the coronavirus, it says, to simplify the nomenclature around the most concerning strains. The variant first identified in the UK, known as the B117 strain, will now be known as the Alpha variant, the strain from South Africa to be called the Beta variant, the Indian strain called Delta, and the Brazilian strain will be known as the Gamma variant. The WHO says it will continue to use Greek letters for any future strains that rise to the level of being a variant of concern. And Nevada lawmakers are looking to move the state's position on the presidential primary calendar. State lawmakers passed a bill Monday that looks to make the state the first in the process for the 2024 presidential election. It would need both Nevada Governor Steve Sisolak's signature and approval from both political parties to make the move. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Maybe a few rattled nerves over the weekend. Anaheim, California, home to the Disneyland Resort, Had a 2.7 magnitude quake just after midnight Monday morning. So right about this time, 24 hours ago. The 2.6 mile deep quake hit about 2 miles west of Anaheim. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, dozens of people from as far away as Irvine and Huntington Beach felt the tremor. Then there were at least 9 aftershocks, ranging from 0.9 to 2.1. Kind of rattled the area on into early Monday morning. No reports of damage or injuries, but after a day of rides at Disneyland, I thought maybe I was feeling the Indiana Jones ride, according to one poster on Twitter. Oh, darn. That was an earthquake in Anaheim. I thought somebody was stomping around the office, said another. 7:03 a.m. Pacific time Monday, a 3.0 quake hit Santa Monica Bay, rattling residents in Malibu and Santa Monica. Magnitude measures the energy released at the source of the quake. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, it replaces the old Richter scale. Quakes between 2.5 and 5.4 are often felt, but rarely cause much damage. So I guess that's the new scale, whatever. So, hey, little shake, rattle, and roll. That's California for you. What do you expect, right? Let's see here. Get back to our calls. Victor?
No, not Victor.
Who we got on the line?
Yeah, Big Sexy.
Well, go figure, Big Sexy. It says Victor.
Oh, I got that out of that, but on the Big Move, I've never met him, but he sounds like one great guy. He's always helping somebody.
Yep.
Steve, do you watch any sports?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Sunday was a good day for me. I got to watch the Indianapolis 500, and I got to watch my Razorbacks clinch the win the NCT tournament. They won the regular season. They've been ranked number 1 just about all year, and now they're ranked number 1 going into the College World Series.
Really?
So they've been on a roll, and then I got to watch the 600 athletes. So it was a pretty good sports day for me Sunday.
How about that? Not bad.
On the CPAP, a while ago, somebody was talking about that. Yeah, I got one, and my doctor's always on me if I don't get at least 4 hours a day. They monitor that thing now. On so-and-so day, you didn't get 4 hours. You need to wear that thing all the time when you sleep. You know, they're always on you. It tells them everything. It tells them how long they use it, how well the mind fits, everything. They can even tell how many episodes I had during the night, you know, or during the day. I sleep during the day because I work at night like you do. So they can tell how many episodes I had before I stopped breathing and it kicked in. But,
so do you think it actually does it help you to sleep, or is you feel like it's more of a nuisance and that's why you don't want to wear it?
The only thing I don't like about wearing it is, you know, you got that mask with that hose on it all the time, and there's times I lay down, I say, I'm going to go lay here about 5-10 minutes, I don't put it on, and I fall asleep, may sleep 3 or 4 hours. But I can really tell the difference. When I've got it on, I sleep a whole lot better than I do without it. A whole lot better. I get better sleep with it on than I do without it. But the only time I don't wear it is when I just either forget to put it on or just going to lay there for a few minutes and end up laying there longer than I expect it to.
So it's doing what it's supposed to do anyways. You definitely feel more refreshed, like you've really slept if you do wear it.
Oh, yeah, a lot better. Of course, the older I get, I can just sit down in a desk chair and get still, and I'll fall asleep, you know. Just getting still, you know. So I have to be careful. I'll sleep all the time. But yeah, it really helps. It really does. But I guess that's all I've got for today. Just wanted to kind of brag on my Razorbacks there for the way they're playing. And they didn't, they was ranked number one going in. They were going to be the number one seed no matter what that tournament. They didn't have to even try, but they had never won the tournament. So they gave Tennessee a 7-2 spanking to win it. So, and they didn't lose a SEC series. They played the conference series on the weekend throughout the season. They played 10 of them. They didn't lose one series. They won every series they played.
How about that?
Don't mean they won every game, but they won the
series.
Every deal. And hopefully we can do some unfinished business. A couple of years ago, they were in the final game of the World Series up against Oregon State. They had the game won, then to win their first ever national championship in baseball. All they had to do was catch a foul ball. And three of the players almost run together and the ball fell. And it just like it took the air out. They lost that game. Then it was a double elimination. They lost that one. They lost the next one too and lost. It ended up finishing second. And so, we feel like we got some unfinished business in Omaha. But I'll just sit back and listen as Chevy Gill, I say, copy the mail. And I just wanted to say that's a good deal with Big Moose. He's always helping somebody.
All righty. Thanks for checking in, Big Sexy. Have a good Tuesday, because it kind of feels like a Monday. All right, we'll get Philip checking in from Florida here, and this is right up his alley. From Florida Today, Space Coast workers supporting launch activities probably savored every second of the long Memorial Day weekend as SpaceX and the United Launch Alliance are gearing up for a very intense month here in June. 17 missions have flown from the Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral this year. A breakneck pace, considering the halfway mark is still a month out. If the cadence holds, this year could handily top last year's 31 launches. A significant count that approaches the intensity we saw during the early days of the U.S. space program. June threatens to widen the lead even further, with 5 launches spread evenly across the month. Some are solidly on the calendar, others are tentative. Missions shift often. But here's what we're looking at. First up to the bat on June 3rd, a Falcon 9 rocket and cargo Dragon spacecraft with thousands of pounds of supplies, science experiments, and other cargo destined for the International Space Station. That'll fly from KSC's Pad 39A about 1:29 in the afternoon. Then flip around and target a drone ship landing in the Atlantic Ocean, marking SpaceX's 22nd International Space Station resupply mission for NASA. Middle of the month, likely the night of the 17th, another Falcon 9 will fly, this time from the Cape's Launch Complex 40. Packed with a payload, Farian will be a third-generation global positioning satellite built by Lockheed Martin for the Space Force. The GPS-3 mission will include a drone ship landing. SpaceX is also looking to launch Transporter 2, a rideshare mission carrying several payloads from different customers sometime later this month. Official dates haven't been approved by Space Force and other agencies. One window can be ruled out with certainty, though. That's June 23rd, which is when ULA has reserved the range for Atlas V. Finally, SpaceX's most tentative launch of June appears to be Sirius XM's SXM-8 mission. Originally slated for today, it could still fly from LC-40 in the first half, but little else was available as of late Thursday. That That satellite following SXM's 7 launch in December, which you may recall was a payload failure during on-orbit testing, forcing SiriusXM to file insurance claims up to $225 million. United Launch Alliance activities fit into a yet-to-be-announced launch window on June 23rd. An Atlas V rocket set to its most powerful configuration with 5 solid rocket boosters will leave a thick, highly visible exhaust trail in its wake when it flies from Launch Complex 41 on a ride-share mission for the Space Force. Space Test Program 3 will take multiple payloads, ranging from science investigations to spacecraft that can detect nuclear detonation on Earth's surface. So a busy month coming up here in the month of June for what's already been a very ambitious year in space. What's going on, Philip?
Well, Space Force is getting them up there, man. They got to have everything in place where they can see what's going on, right?
Yes, sir.
Got to see where everything is up there in the sky. They'll launch one, and the Chinese will launch another one. So it's back to the old days, back when we were putting them spy satellites up there to see what everybody was doing. That's what they're doing. So yeah, it's busy. They're going to have the Falcon program is going to be crazy busy. As far as Boca Chica goes out in Texas, you're going to be a while before you see a launch out there. Right now, they're getting their infrastructure in place. And did you see they actually delivered the bottom of their heavy rocket out there at Texas the other day, and they call it the Puck. That thing's amazing. That's where those big motors are going to be fitted onto the rocket, Steve.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, I had some of that Portillo's the other day. They are open down here. They're doing the grand opening on the 15th. And I had one of those cake shakes. And I'll tell you what, if you like chocolate cake, that's the milkshake to get, man. I'll tell you, it was good. They didn't have the line at the White Castles. I went the day before Memorial Day. White Castles had a 3-hour wait. Portillo's got me in and out in 10 minutes, man. They were on top of it.
So even though White Castle's been open for several weeks now, they're still having hours-long waits?
Oh, absolutely. They had about 3-hour wait. Like I said, Sunday, when I came home from work on Sunday, I stopped by, and you have to go through the White Castle's parking lot to get to Portillo's. And like I said, their drive-through, they line it up down the street. That street's a mile long, and they were every bit of that. They said it was about 3 hours is what the guy told me when I was pulling up in there to get to Portillo's. And they have people that direct you through the parking lot to get to the Portillo's. The guy at Portillo's told me if he said they had a 2-hour wait, that manager would fire them because they don't tolerate that. So I don't know what White Castles is doing, but I think it is all about the cost. I mean, you think about it, you can buy 20 hamburgers for $20 at White Castles. You can only buy about 3 sandwiches at Portillo's for $20.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the pricing's a little different. I think that's what might keep it down a little bit, but I got to say this much, the folks at Portillo's, they did a heck of a job. They were actually out there with their handhelds going through everybody to get everybody's order. That way, when you got up there, you got your stuff and you left, which was cool. White Castles, they make they wait till you get up to the thing like a traditional drive-through, but they walk it out to you. So it was all good. Steve, have you ever heard of a website called uspie.org?
I have not. uspie.org?
Yes, uspie.org. Now, there's an organization out there, and I found this the other day on I've been watching Newsmax on my antenna, and they are an organization that tries to clean up the education system for kids. And we've talked, I know me and you, we've talked about CRT, and you know what that is.
Yeah.
I don't even want to go into that one, but they are trying to get the kids' education to where take all that people's propaganda views and all this other stuff and get it out of education. Learn, not about somebody's political views or whatnot. And I looked at their little website, and I heard about it on Newsmax, and seems like they got a pretty good train of thought because they're trying to clean it up. It's basically the United States parents involved with education.
Yeah.
Is what US PI means. And if you get a chance, check out their website. I mean, they got a lot of different views and stuff, but they're trying to clean up education. They want people to be involved with their school districts so they can get this done. And that's what their focus is. So, people being involved with their kids' education, and I agree with them. They need to clean it up. Especially they're really down about CRT. They want to get that out of the education system, period.
It's a good idea.
They don't want schools to run it. So, but that's pretty much all I got today, Bud. And do you have a good weekend with the pool, or did you get it up?
Nope. We're kind of back to square one. Yeah, like I mentioned Friday morning, my uncle had lined up a crew to be here at 8 o'clock in the morning. Well, it was going to be a rainy day, so they begged off till Saturday. And I made sure to be here Saturday morning, waited from like 8 till 10. Yeah, no word from them, no show, no call, no nothing. So, yep, it's still a big pit in the backyard.
Hey, Steve, one thing before I go, you know what today is? Today is the first day of hurricane season.
Oh, that's right. Yep,
so
June 1.
I want everybody to know I went out and got mine the other day. I think I sent you a picture of it, Steve. I went out and got my Midland weather radio. I've always wanted one. I used Midland radios for many years when I drove a truck. I got my Midland radio. I'm happy. I used it Sunday. Was it Sunday? Or no, I take that. Yeah, it was Sunday. We had a rainstorm come through Sunday night. We haven't had rain in a month. And we had a good 3-inch an hour rain with quarter-size hail. And it lasted for about maybe 4 hours.
Wow.
And my little radio went off. And I tell you what, I was just happier than pie, man. I tell you, it was amazing. So if anybody lives in Florida or anywhere where there's going to be a hurricane, go down and get your weather radio. Down here in Florida right now till the 6th of this week or till the 6th of this month, we've got a tax-free. So if you buy a generator, you buy a weather radio, you buy anything that they deem to be storm-related at your supplies, you get tax-free from the state of Florida. And so they got I believe it's generators underneath $1,000 for that. But I went down and got my radio the other day, and if anybody's down here in Florida, Texas, or anywhere, I don't care, even on the East Coast, even up in New York. Oh, by the way, Steve, you were talking about those mass shootings earlier in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know there was a mass shooting? I believe it was about a week ago. It was in New Jersey. Did you hear anything about that one?
I can't say that I did.
I think it was in a wedding, if I'm not mistaken. But there is it seems like to me, since people are going back out now, and it seems like people are getting a little bit more crazier. And I've been seeing it a lot, like even on the road driving just home from work. It just seems like everybody's on edge for some reason. I don't know what it is, and I don't know if it has to do with being cooped up with this COVID, and now we're getting back out. We're doing what we need to do. We're trying to go back to some normalcy. But it just seems like to me a lot of that stuff is getting up in like mass shootings, more violence, just a lot of that. I mean, the aggression that I'm seeing out here just on Interstate 4 with the way people are driving. Shoot, that the other day, I think I mentioned it when I talked to you. I had a guy pass me on the right-hand side on the pull-off lane to get around me. and I'm in the right lane going slow where I need to be. You know, I mean, it just seems like people are getting more aggressive here lately, and I don't know what it is. Oh, by the way, Steve, did you hear about China getting they can have a third child now?
I did see that. Yeah, they've had what is a maximum of one or two for many, many years, right?
I think that was instituted back in the 80s by the government, that they could only have 2 kids, and now they can have 3 because they finally realized, hey, what's happening here lately that's controlling the world's population, and I don't know who started that, I wonder who, is actually taking away people that can work and do things. Do you know what a 996 is, Steve?
996.
Yeah, that's a day that a Chinese person works. They work from 9 in the morning till 9 at night, 6 days a week. That's their schedule over there for work. And now they don't have enough people to work over there. So I wonder why our chips are not making it over here. I wonder why all this stuff isn't making it. So, but anyway, Bud, I appreciate your time, and thanks for having me, and y'all have a good one.
Wow, 996. That makes for a hell of a long week. Well, that's about the schedule some of you put in, though, right? If you run your full 14-hour clock on a given day. All right, rolling toward news break, bottom of the hour here. We've got wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Also looking at another story out of Florida where, the cruise lines are trying to say you're going to have to be vaccinated before you get on your ship, right? And the governor in Florida is saying otherwise. Florida's threatening to slap the cruise lines with tens of thousands of dollars in fines for requiring passengers to show proof of vaccination. So it's kind of uncomfortably wedging the cruise sector between a federal mandate and the state's sensibility. Governor DeSantis signed a law earlier this month, in May, obviously, that banned bars, schools, restaurants, and other businesses from asking customers whether they've been vaccinated from COVID. The law goes so far as to impose a fine of $5,000 per customer required to show proof of vaccination. You do the math. If you've got a cruise ship that holds 4,000 passengers, wow. And the governor hasn't showed any signs that he's going to make any special kind of a carve-out for the cruise industry. According to the Orlando Sentinel, we're going to enforce Florida law, says DeSantis. I mean, we have Florida law, we have laws that protect the people and the privacy of our citizens. We're going to enforce it. But the state ban on vaccine mandates clashes with cruise industry requirements supposedly laid out by the Centers for Disease Control that are aimed at giving the industry an opportunity to resume operations after over a year of being at a standstill. They told the cruise companies they can begin commercial operations immediately if 98% of the crew and 95% of passengers are vaccinated. If they don't meet those thresholds, the companies must first hold test cruises to ensure that their safety protocols are working. Last week, the CDC authorized the first test cruise with volunteer passengers, as well as the first commercial cruise, which is slated for later this month in June. Both set to depart from Florida, main base of cruise operations here in the United States. Okay. We hope this doesn't become a legal football or a political football, but at the end of the day, cruise ships have motors, propellers, and rudders, and God forbid we can't operate in the state of Florida for whatever reason. And then there are other states we do operate from. We can operate from the Caribbean for ships that otherwise would have gone to Florida, according to the statement from Norwegian Cruise Lines. We hope it doesn't come to that. Everyone wants to operate out of Florida. Very lucrative market. But this is the issue. We can't ignore it. Yeah, got to be kind of a political football. All right. We get our news break in here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Millions of Americans hit the road over the holiday weekend, with several airports reporting record numbers of passengers. TSA officials say they screened nearly 2 million people in the nation's airports on Friday. Los Angeles International Airport was one of several to report yearly passenger highs. AAA had predicted that more than 37 million Americans would travel over the holiday weekend. And while COVID cases in the United States continue to trend downwards, Vietnam is putting aggressive restrictions in place to deal with a surge in COVID cases following the discovery of a new variant of the virus in that country. Vietnam's largest city, Ho Chi Minh City, has been placed in lockdown for the next 2 weeks, with the government planning to test all of the city's nearly 9 million residents for the virus. Vietnam has seen a surge of more than 4,500 COVID cases in the last month, more than doubling their reported cases since the beginning of the pandemic. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Attention seniors on Medicare and Medicaid or receiving extra help for your prescription drugs. We have great news. You can change or enroll into a Medicare plan every 3 months if you qualify, all from the comfort and safety of your own home, over the phone. No one even needs to come to your home. And in minutes, we'll tell you all about some additional new Medicare benefits for you, like dental, vision, hearing, transportation, and more. Call us. We'll explain all your new Medicare benefits. Premiums are as low as $0 per month. Even if you are not paying anything for your coverage now, you need to call our licensed agents to review your plan. There are zero-cost plans available in some areas. Don't wait till next year. Get all the Medicare benefits you deserve. Call a licensed agent today.
800-461-2114. 800-461-2114. That's 800-461-2114. Paid for by Senior Choice Plan.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret,
Powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I took care of the phone reset there. Good to go to the end of the show. So jump on board at 844-844-3388. Investigators have yet to release further information regarding the recent shooting of a truck driver in Nogales, despite his family's demands. This occurred 1 week ago yesterday. The incident's still under investigation, according to AZ family. 38-year-old Glenn Cockrum Jr. was shot near a Walmart parking lot after fleeing police who noticed him turn around to avoid a Border Patrol checkpoint. The encounter ended with Cockrum dead and 16 bullet holes through the front of the truck. Now, just a week later, officials still haven't released the reason Cockrum was pulled over, nor the reason why he was shot, apparently. His ex-wife says, we need to know what happened to cause this. Why was there a pursuit? Why were they chasing him? Why did they have their guns drawn? Why was it necessary to shoot over 16 bullet holes in the front of that semi-truck? Now, his ex-wife did say Cockrum had had encounters with police before, but he'd never had any issues. My youngest is the one taking it the hardest. He has moments where he seems okay, but then he's full of anger and rage, just mad. Cockrum's not going to be here to watch his children graduate high school, get married, have grandchildren, and on they go. Why did they do that to him? Now, the DPS is right now handling the investigation, but again, has yet to release any further information on that incident there. All right, and the FMCSA, one other industry headline from CDL Life. They last week extended the COVID-19 waiver, providing regulatory relief for drivers with expired commercial driver's licenses, learner's permits, and medical cards. This is a waiver extension that will allow states to extend the validity of CDLs and permits that expired on or after March 1st of 2020, now going through August 31st of this year. Also, to waive the 14-day waiting period to take the skills test after the issuance of a learner's permit. FMCSA says this gives the states the option to extend the validity of expired licenses, but doesn't require them to do so. So realistically, you're going to have to get a hold of your respective state, because some probably will and others may not. Many others have really got things back up and running as far as licenses and things of that nature. So, the medical certification waiver was issued in March of last year. Yeah, it's been extended several times over the past year. FMCSA said they decided to issue the waiver in response to the fact that during the pandemic, many state license agencies shut down entirely or had reduced staffing. It was increasingly difficult for truckers to renew their CDL or their learner's permit or provide medical certificates to the licensing agencies. And, of course, the pandemic made it more difficult for drivers to obtain the necessary exams to acquire medical certification. For the longest time, our local, license bureau literally had lines stretching out into the parking lot. People waiting incredible amounts of time because they got so backlogged during the pandemic there. All right, with that, we've got 17 before the hour, and it's 844-844-3388. Back to your calls here, and Chevy Guy.
What in the world's going on with truckers nowadays? Man, I'll tell you what. Excuse me, pardon me, didn't mean to say this, or, hey, we'll just have to agree to disagree. That's something you'll never, ever heard out of a driver's section in a Union 76 truck stop. Matter of fact, more times than not, the waitress would come up and say, guys, there's families over there. Meanwhile, you'd have a family sitting there and a 4 or 5-year-old sitting there looking at his daddy saying, Daddy, what does that word mean?
Uh-huh.
No. Yeah. And you know what? I've been reading your post, okay? You got the fresh sand put in. I'm sorry, buddy. Things don't add up sometimes. I mean, who rips out a swimming pool just before the heat of summer? Now, I believe you come wintertime, but you rip this thing out in the heat of the summer coming, and you put fresh sand. Well, I'm watching public TV, and they were talking about that circular thing where where they had all the fights, the lion fights. And the first thing they mentioned on them hardwood floors, they would pour sand out there, soft sand, pile it up with sand. And the reason why it can dig all that out, and it would soak up the blood, you see. So, I'm putting two and two together. I'm thinking, you ever hear that flash mob where they have them, them out of nowhere, they find a warehouse, boom, you got a bunch of people. Yeah, sounds like to me, somebody is trying to get around city ordinances and stuff. He's going to have him a flash mob fight. It's going to have, overnight, that pin's going to be up there. All of a sudden, you're going to have people out there protesting. I mean, you're going to have the animal rights people, because one of them's wearing Barney the dinosaur outfit. You're going to have elderly people. You're going to have, worrying about, senior citizens, to protect them. You're going to actually have cockfighter and pit bull dog promoters protesting over this human display of destruction. And then when the fight starts, you're going to have Heat Wave there in his little Barney the dinosaur outfit, with the long tail and his hands up in the air, and in that big old dinosaur spread, coming out there and growling at the top of his lungs, saying, "I love you, you love me." And Moose is going to whoop him. Moose is going to grab him by the tail, sling hang him all over the cage, feed him on the ground, beat him on the ceiling, rip his tail off, and beat him with it. Well, meanwhile, heat wave gonna be laying there, whether he's doing it on purpose or he just passed out. Moose gonna rip off a leg, rip off this leg. Meanwhile, old Fly Rod, because I guarantee he's gonna talk Barney the dinosaur to go at it first. He's gonna be clinging to the roof of the cage trying to get away. He says, oh, he didn't tag me. About that time, Moose gonna turn around and rip off an arm. Come up there and say, come on, tag that arm now, boy. I mean, it's going to be hideous. It's going to be screaming and blood slinging everywhere. And then, of course, after it's all over, we're going to enjoy that wonderful watermelon roast and fun for all the family. So I'm looking forward to the 4th of July. How about it?
And to answer your question about who tears a pool out when you're heading into the summer months, I've been kind of babying this. I've been babying this thing along for several seasons, and I was going to take it down last fall. And at the end of the year, we thought we had the leak fixed up, and I got out there here several weeks back, and I started noticing, the rust was 4 inches up along the sidewalls, and I'm like, you know what? I better not risk it another year. So, when I got to taking those walls down, I can almost guarantee you that damn thing would have never made it through another summer. So I'm lucky I took it down.
Yeah. And got to keep up with the city ordinances. I get it.
Yeah.
That's your story. That's your story. You're sticking to it.
That's right.
How much the ticket's going to be, by the way? You'll have an in-ground pool by the time you're done with.
All right, Chevy Guy, thanks for dialing us back up there. That frees things up. We got wide open lines. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Yeah, who could say, I told you so. You didn't see that coming? You're going back to, remember the whole let's defund the police, that mentality. Anyone with a lick of sense at the time said that that's the most ignorant idea I've ever heard. Many cities that have defunded police departments are already saying, we've got to fund them again. Because what happens when you defund the police? Well, your crime rate skyrockets. And that's what's been taking place. Shootings, homicides. Bills such as the measure Andrew Cuomo passed to eliminate cash bails are also causing problems, according to Representative Claudia Tenney. It has wreaked havoc on our local governments and our local police departments. While crime is rampant, the primary objective of the government is to protect the citizens. And we've got this whole vilification of the police, which is very unfortunate. They don't talk about the 264 officers last year who were killed in the line of duty. I think over 50 at this point have been killed this year alone. Meanwhile, everybody watched the killing of George Floyd. While it was a tragedy, that doesn't mean you eliminate your police. You've got a bad doctor or a bad lawyer or someone in a professional position, that doesn't mean you eliminate them entirely and end the profession. Sending in more funding is what's needed, as police need to be better trained. We've got to work with our communities to better understand and have more recruitment for police departments in our communities. Meanwhile, the George Floyd policing bill is a well-intentioned, but still it eliminates qualified immunity that gives officers protection. That's a problem. We'll probably have no police officers willing to serve because they would be exposed to personal liability, and the trial lawyers are going to be feasting on them. The solutions that have been offered to date are not the answer. We need more money for our police departments and better training to know how to handle these tough situations. You know, it is a difficult job. It's very stressful. And the police officers, first, deserve respect. But who could have ever saw that coming? Defund the police? Hey, why are the crime rates going up? Why are the crime rates off the charts all of a sudden? Can't figure that one out. You talk about an AOC moment. Wow. Meanwhile, what's going to happen with former President Trump? You know, many of us thought, well, he's no longer president. Yeah, he, quote, lost the election, and this whole lynch mob mentality will go away. But no, it's New York Attorney General Letitia James ran for the office on the promise that she would bring criminal charges to former President Donald Trump. And that's unheard of, according to Alan Dershowitz over the weekend. He said that's how she got elected. If she doesn't get Donald Trump, she's not going to be reelected. And that's not the way prosecutors should operate. New York prosecutors have convened a grand jury that will, over the next 6 weeks, hear evidence to determine whether to indict Trump and his business organization on charges of fraud. Dershowitz said it's not hard for any prosecutor to get an indictment. If a prosecutor is determined to get somebody, particularly a businessman who has complex business dealings over the years, it's not so difficult to get an indictment. He said that judges and prosecutors should not be elected people or political jobs. The U.S. government made a very serious mistake during the Jacksonian democracy period. We're the only country in the world that elects prosecutors, that elects judges. Now, I said, if I were representing Trump, I'd move to disqualify the prosecutors who've taken positions against him before evidence is even being presented. I don't ever want to make comparisons to Stalin, but when you got the head of the KGB, the way the American system's supposed to operate, the American system's supposed to operate neutrally and objectively. You look at the evidence shows either there's a case against somebody, then you indict. But you don't go in looking for things to indict against a particular person, and that's what's going on here with former President Trump. They're looking to find a crime, not prosecuting a crime that they know is taking place. Now, there will probably be some kind of indictment. You can almost be guaranteed, but then there'll be an acquittal because, you got to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You got to prove it to the satisfaction of 12 jurors unanimously, and that's going to be a much, much harder task than simply getting a mere indictment or opening up a criminal investigation. But how many investigations have taken place into Trump during his 4 years in office? It was nary a day that went by. Still looking into the man. All right, wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Story on a more kind of a local level here in Southwest Ohio. Huber Heights police investigating a possible aggravated arson incident in which a large firework exploded inside a car. Someone threw an incendiary device into a man's car a little before 2 o'clock in the morning, late last week. Initially, the caller said someone had blown something up and an object went through her son's window. She said her son's truck had blown up. Pieces of the car everywhere. Well, after more investigating, the Dayton Bomb Squad determined it was likely a commercial-grade firework. They don't have any named suspects right now. Yeah, Carr said her son is involved in a motorcycle gang, and the firework may have been thrown as a result of a dispute between the two rival gangs. This was an isolated incident between these individuals, he said. This is not teenagers going around pulling pranks or lighting random things on fire. Right now, a joint investigation between the Huber Heights Police Department, the Dayton Bomb Squad, and the Ohio Fire Marshal. Yeah, a good size mortar exploding inside your car. It's going to do some damage. Big time. A couple minutes before we hit top of the hour news update, as we like to refer to it. All right, Big Sexy, yes.
Yeah, Steve, I forgot something earlier when I called in. On Friday on your show, one of those email addresses you called out belonged to me.
Well, let me see here. I think I've still got my list. What does your email begin with?
I missed it. The NWH 1962.
All right, that's the one that Heatwave thought was his is NWH 1966. He was real close. Yeah, you got a $75 Visa gift card from Blue Death.
Yeah, I've already got an email from my correct address and all that stuff.
Okay.
Email it to me. Yeah, I heard Heatwave call in to say that, and I was trying to call in. I was on hold when he run that off, but the show ended before I could get me home.
Ah, okay.
So it's enough time to get me home. So I was still on hold when you run out of time for the show and all that, so I didn't get on. But I had forgot about that earlier when I called in, and I just wanted to say thanks for that deal there, and the Hot Shot Secrets for keeping you on the air. That's just the reason I called back. I forgot about that a while ago when I called in. So
okay.
I'll get off here. I know you're at the top of your hour break, so I'll let you run your news, and I'll sit back and listen.
All right. Oh, congratulations, Big Sexy, $75. Yeah, don't spend it all on one trip, right? All right, there you go. All right, so we got wide open lines. Final hour yet to go here, so I got to get through a Tuesday morning as well. It's 844-3388. A couple of other industry headlines we'll get to coming up here. Interesting story in regards to a Black Lives Matter chapter founder in Minnesota who has resigned, claiming that the organization is not concerned with helping black communities or helping improve the education quality in Minneapolis, according to the video published last week. How about that? We'll give you the rest of the story coming up here. Great to have you with us as we make our way into Tuesday. Kind of settling in. Feels like a Monday after the long Memorial Day weekend. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Millions of Americans hit the road over the holiday weekend, with several airports reporting record numbers of passengers. TSA officials say they screened nearly 2 million people in the nation's airports on Friday. Los Angeles International Airport was one of several to report yearly passenger highs. AAA had predicted that more than 37 million Americans would travel over the holiday weekend. And while COVID cases in the United States continue to trend downwards, Vietnam is putting aggressive restrictions in place to deal with a surge in COVID cases following the discovery of a new variant of the virus in that country. Vietnam's largest city, Ho Chi Minh City, has been placed in lockdown for the next 2 weeks, with the government planning to test all of the city's nearly 9 million residents for the virus. Vietnam has seen a surge of more than 4,500 COVID cases in the last month, more than doubling their reported cases since the beginning of the pandemic. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energized Health are regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. I love John and Chelsea. The results? People lose fat fast while eating many of the foods they love. You can too. Plus, supercharge your energy, boost your immune system, look and feel years younger. It's simple and natural without painful exercises. How do I know? Because I just completed my first 88 days on the program and I've lost 25 pounds of fat. I'm getting hydrated at the cellular level, but don't just take my word for it. Go to EnergizedHealth.com and check out hundreds of amazing testimonials. For all the details, click on the red button at EnergizedHealth.com. Watch the masterclass. It's free. Or cut to the chase. Join right now at 888-444-8895. Join me, 888-444-8895. Mention war and get 40% off. 40%! Go now to EnergizedHealth.com, 888-444-8895 or EnergizedHealth.com.
The manhunt continues for 3 suspects accused of opening fire at a Miami banquet hall early Sunday morning, killing 2 people and injuring 21. 18 people were hospitalized, with 3 remaining in critical condition. Newly released surveillance video shows 3 masked assailants getting out of an SUV, then running back to it after the shooting. The car seen in the video was found Monday in a canal about 9 miles from the location of the shooting. It had been reported stolen. More than $100,000 has been offered as a reward for information leading to arrests in the case. Miami-Dade County Mayor Daniela Levine Cava says that people are coming forward. She tells CNN that the police department has a good relationship with the community, spurring many people to come forward with information.
I understand that there are lots of leads. I have spoken to Crime Stopper, and they are getting calls. I can't tell you which of these leads is going to bear fruit, but people are calling. We have very high trust in our community with our law enforcement agency, and that is working to our benefit. People are coming forward.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Edgar Bergen Hour with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Summer camps may be an outlet for kids to deal with the mental stress of the pandemic. Tim Berg has more.
The national head of the YMCA hopes summer camps can help America's youth mentally recover from the pain and stress of the pandemic.
They experienced significant difficulties over the past year, with school being virtual, isolation, away from their friends.
On CBS's Face the Nation, Kevin Washington saying all affiliates will follow CDC and local health guidelines to provide a fun, safe environment for children at camps this summer. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The World Health Organization is changing the way it names variants of the coronavirus, it says, to simplify the nomenclature around the most concerning strains. The variant first identified in the UK, known as the B117 strain, will now be known as the Alpha variant, the strain from South Africa to be called the Beta variant, the Indian strain called Delta, and the Brazilian strain will be known as the Gamma variant. The WHO says it will continue to use Greek letters for any future strains that rise to the level of being a variant of concern. And Nevada lawmakers are looking to move the state's position on the presidential primary calendar. State lawmakers passed a bill Monday that looks to make the state the first in the process for the 2024 presidential election. It would need both Nevada Governor Steve Sisolak's signature and approval from both political parties to make the move. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, ready or not, final hour here on a Tuesday morning, first day of June. Summertime knocking on the door. Going to start feeling more summer-like, especially as we head toward the middle and latter portions of this week. Yet north-central portions of the country, from Montana to Michigan, that entire zone going to be warming up. Talking 80s and 90s. So a little taste of summer coming your way. And that's something, you go back to parts of Montana. You're talking snow a few days ago. Yeah, now heat wave coming on. All right, we got wide open lines here on Tuesday morning at 844-844-3388. I shared the teaser. The Black Lives Matter chapter founder. He's the founder of a Black Lives Matter chapter in St. Paul, kind of a neighbor to Minneapolis. Started the branch in 2015, became disillusioned roughly a year after becoming an insider in the left-wing organization, according to the video released by Take Charge. That's a group that kind of rejects some of the provisions promoted by BLM, including critical race theory. That this country is inherently racist. He says, after a year on the inside, I learned they had little concern for rebuilding black families. They cared even less about improving the quality of education for students in Minneapolis. That was made clear when they publicly denounced charter schools alongside the teachers union. I was an insider in Black Lives Matter, and I learned the ugly truth. The moratorium on charter schools does not support rebuilding the black family. It does create barriers to a better education for black children, though. I resigned from Black Lives Matter after a year and a half, but I didn't quit working to improve black lives and access to a great education. Oddly enough, no response from representatives of Black Lives Matter to a request for comment. But we're talking about a year after George Floyd's death in Minneapolis. Support for the group has plummeted in this country. According to the recent poll from Morning Consult, from 48%, only 48% hold a favorable view of the organization. That is down from 61% in May of last year. A USA Today survey found 36% of Americans now would describe Floyd's death as a murder, which that is also down from 60% last summer. The poll conducted last month revealed that the Black Lives Matter call to defund the police has even less support. Only 18% of respondents support that. Amid recent controversy surrounding the co-founder of the organization, recall several weeks ago, this Patrisse Cullors girl, that her real estate portfolio, her finances, she says that she didn't misuse any donations to Black Lives Matter. Now, in her statement last week, Cullors is a self-described trained Marxist. Said, with smart, experienced, committed people supporting the organization during this transition, I know that the BLM movement is in good hands. Now, she said her departure, this was planned more than a year ago. It wasn't related to the reports about her finances and the multiple homes that she's purchased. Those are just right-wing attacks They're looking to defame my character. Okay. Where'd you come up with all that money, Colors? It's a lot of money. All right, one other tidbit before we get back to your calls. And again, plenty of room for you. You want to jump on board, it's 844-844-3388. Has Elon Musk been lying to us about Teslas for years? Now, he's shown that he has a rather influential platform. We see what he's done with the cryptocurrency markets, with his tweets. Maybe it's time for him to use it more for a more important purpose, a.k.a. telling the truth about autonomous driving. Tesla has been charging customers up to $10,000 for the full self-driving technology for nearly 5 years now. Problem is, such technology does not exist. The cars are equipped with the driver assistance system, ADAS, otherwise what they call the autopilot, which is free of charge. It's similar to systems offered by other manufacturers like General Motors in their Super Cruise. During those 5 years, Musk has provided overly optimistic timelines for full autonomy and exaggerated the current and even near-term capabilities of his autopilot. The ADAS system lacks technology that most of the industry considers critical to safety, namely a driver monitoring system. Musk had predicted that a Tesla would be able to drive autonomously from Los Angeles to New York in 2018. Now, that's a trip that still hasn't happened. And in 2019, he said all Teslas would be fully functioning robo-taxis in the near future, which is unlikely, if not impossible, they're saying. Yeah, his hyperbole is nothing new, and it's not unique to him. But when it comes to autonomous driving, the consequences can be dire. Tesla fans have latched on to his words instead of his warnings in the owner's manuals, publicly performing dangerous stunts like the dummy that sat in the back seat of the car that's operating on autopilot. There was a Tesla owner who posted videos of himself using autopilot in an unsafe manner that died in an accident in California that's being investigated. Tesla says their $10,000 computer for self-driving capabilities is going to improve as software. And it's going to be software updates. The fine print on the website, however, says the cars come with features that require active driver supervision and do not make the vehicle autonomous. That's kind of a disclaimer that further says activation and use of these features are dependent on achieving reliability far in excess of human drivers, as demonstrated by billions of miles of experience. Okay. You've got to get regulatory approval. It may take longer in some jurisdictions than others, but do you feel like you've been duped? Yeah, if you purchased the Tesla that he said will ultimately be the fully autonomous vehicle. Apparently, it's not going to be happening anytime soon. $10,000. Speaking of which, who asked about the Rubber Duck was asking about, do you actually have a Cadillac? Yeah, I mentioned last week that, latest issue, I did get it diagnosed. It's got a crack in the radiator. Oh, joy. All right, that won't be such an expensive fix. I actually ordered one over the weekend that should be here by late this week. Of course, we lost Monday with the holiday, so probably Friday. But I took the plunge last week. After all these years, I said, okay, regardless of the climate, the You're not getting any deals on automobiles, and they weren't kidding about that. Yeah, stopped in a dealership, took the wife up. Just, you know the drill. We're just going to check out some cars. I had in mind, I wanted to check out the Subaru Outback. Thought that was a nice looking vehicle. My newsman at the previous job had he got a Subaru Outback. I thought it was a pretty nifty looking vehicle. It's got a lot of the safety features, and long story short, you go in to just look around at a few vehicles. First place we went, though, was a Chevy dealership. Normally with hundreds of cars on the lot. I could not believe it when I pulled into the back lot where all those cars are normally parked. It was like an empty field. Just lots and lots of asphalt, but no new cars. All the vehicles they had available were parked right up to the main front street side. And there were none of the vehicles we were interested in the Chevy lot. So I said, okay, well, let's head on out to the Subaru. And according to the sales guy there, I think they had 35 new vehicles on the lot. Yeah, a dealership that would normally have many, many more vehicles. I said, well, what kind of perks you guys offering right now? And he kind of laughed. Have you heard anything about a chip shortage? And I acted dumb at first. I know, what do you mean, chip shortage? What are you talking about? He said, you haven't heard about the chip shortage? I said, no, I'm pulling your chain. I know. So you ain't getting no $2,000 rebate. Yeah, they don't even want to take anything off the sticker price. It's like, here's your deal. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, somebody else will buy it later today. So, yeah, I made the plunge. I did purchase the Subaru Outback. The princess is happy. She loves it. Yeah, that's the first new vehicle with all the bells and whistles and all this. Yeah, we had owned new vehicles in the past. Actually had, back in the day when they first had come out with the Dodge Neon. We had a Dodge Neon, and I followed that up with the Plymouth Neon. Or maybe it was vice versa. Either way, we had new Neons, and when the Chrysler Concorde had come out with the space shuttle rounded edges look and whatnot, had a couple of Concords, liked those. Those are all long gone, though. So at that point in time, the camera technology, the backup technology, none of that stuff even existed when we had those brand new cars. So she's pretty happy with all the bells and the whistles. Yeehaw. So. But yeah, back to the days of a monthly car payment. It's been a long time since I've done that. We'll get back to your calls here. Who wants to jump on board? Plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. Ron says, I hope the pool people aren't bringing the radiator. Yeah, right? No doubt. What's going on with Slowpoke? Good morning.
Hey, good morning there, young fella. Hey, can you hear me all right?
Absolutely. Yeah, what's going on, Slowpoke?
Good. Well, I'm a first-time caller. I was just wondering, are they still doing the coupon for the, I wanted to try the Hot Shot Secret, the FR3, and I got a Toyota Prius. I mean, I'm already getting 50 miles to the gallon, so do you think that, that would improve that or not?
That's pretty good fuel economy, but, it's like anything else. I'm sure it would help you out.
I bought a 2004 Prius, brand new, put 237,000 miles on that car. And the only thing I ever did to it was put a couple of sets of tires on it, so I bought me another used one, 2012. But you had a caller a while back that was wondering about the batteries. And, you take your foot off the gas or step on the brake pedal, and that, keeps the batteries charged up. And as far as the all-electric vehicles, another caller wanted to know where they're going to charge them. Well, around Virginia, they got, in Pennsylvania too, they got a whole, the convenience stores, Sheets. They're putting in this one where I live, got eight places to plug in the all-electric vehicles. I don't know how long it takes, probably half an hour or so. But anyway, I wanted to find out about the coupon code and see if you were still doing that.
Seeing as you're a first-time caller, Slowpoke, absolutely. I can hook you up. I took your number down here, and I'll get that to Kyle, and he'll send you a text with a code good for $60. How about that? Anything you want to go over to hotshotsecret.com. Yeah, punch in your code at checkout. If it's under $60, you won't pay a dime. If it's over $60, all you'll pay is whatever over the 60 you spend. The shipping's included as well.
Okay. The other question, fly rod. I got the Pluto, the dual headset. I just listen to the podcast because I'm a daytime driver. I've been listening since '86. I'm a drive for Pilot Flying J, delivering gas and diesel. We're finally catching back up on the stores that were running out. But anyway, I got the Pluto, and it said it's made in Taiwan. Is there any way that, I was hoping to get it made in America. So that was a question for him. And I don't know what the deal is on all that. But anyway, I like the Pluto. It works pretty good.
Very good. Are you on a Pluto right now?
Yeah, I'm talking on it right now. Okay. Driving up Interstate 81 here in Virginia.
That sounds very good. Absolutely.
Yeah. Chevy guy, he keeps apologizing all the time for things. He keeps saying, I'm sorry, and there's really not much, wanted to ask him, what he's sorry about. But anyway, I like all the callers, and like I say, I listen every single day, 5 hours during the daytime. So I'll let you go, and I'll try to call in again.
All right. Well, thank you for the call, Slowpoke, and just be watching for your text message. Yeah, maybe later today or tomorrow, something like that. So sounds like a plan. And then you can let us know how it works out. See if you can actually get better than 50 miles per gallon on your Prius.
Yeah, really. Maybe up to 52, 54 or something like that. But anyway, I'll be like old maniac. I'll just say toodaloo.
Okay, you are correct. Yeah, it's been a while since we heard from him, hadn't it? Let me see who's checking in here. Fred says, good morning, Steve. Sorry I missed the 100th, but congratulations on that achievement. I'm looking forward to a few hundred more. I think that's Freddie the Freeloader, if I'm not mistaken. Is that you, Freddie? Yeah, he said, I caught the podcast. Looking forward to a few hundred more shows. Morning, Larry. Good to have you with us here on a Tuesday. Hope you had a good Memorial Day weekend. Fred said, you should have checked out the Jaguars. Great driving cars. I love my XKR. Maybe that's not Freddie the Freeloader. I don't think Freddie's going to drive a Jaguar. Jeff checking in. Earlier I mentioned, who was it? Castro Nevis. For whatever reason, I was thinking Castro Nevis was the one that was married to Ashley Judd. Crazy Judd, as he puts it. He said, no, it was actually Dario Franchitti, the Indy driver that was married to Crazy Judd, as he calls her. That's Crazy Ashley. JS says, Steve, you'll love that Subaru come winter. I think it's a great vehicle. Congratulations. Yeah, they are all-wheel drive all the time. Okay, so Fred says, nope, I'm not Freddie the Freeloader. I go by Tornado on the radio. Speaking of tornado, Philip, you were talking about the weather radio, and they were asking, where'd you get your weather radio? This day and age, probably the internet. You find anything on the internet. But maybe you can send him a message back there, Philip. If you're still listening, he might be at his destination by now. And it's 844-844-3388. 3388. Roadmaster, how we doing?
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
How are we doing?
Good. 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 How you doing, Steve?
Good.
Have you on your new Outback you got? Is it a 4-cylinder or 6?
It's a 4, I believe.
Good, you did well. There's a guy called Scotty Kilmer. He's a world-renowned auto mechanic. He's on the internet. He's been an auto mechanic 51 years, I think he said. And he tests all cars. He works on all different cars. He knows the good, the bad, the ugly of all of them. And he'll tell you point blank whether it hurts your feelings or not. Whether you bought or good or bad. Okay. I know he would not take much of your Neons or your Concords, but I mean I bought a Concord and he just told me that you could have done better. But now he really likes the 4-cylinder Outbacks, the Subarus.
Huh.
He said they have a lot better quality in the motors than the 6-cylinders. But he said they're really a good car. He said they don't quite do as good as on fuel as what I think they should do. But he said the dependability. Now he don't think a car is a good car unless it'll go 300,000 miles without doing much to it.
Wow.
That's why he judges a car. He said any car will go 200. He said when you get that 350, 400, that's when you can say this is a good car. He's a really strong Toyota Honda man. The Kias, he said the Kias they're making a lot of waves now, but he said they've not been here long enough yet to say, yep, they've got 100,000 cars and 99,700 made it 300,000 miles. They're not there yet, but he said give them a few more years and they may be.
Okay.
But he really liked the 4-cylinder Subaru. He said they're good. They're tough, reliable. He said no problem.
Well, we didn't get the
congratulations
the lowest
the
grade vehicle. We got kind of like the middle of the road because they've got the 4-cylinder without the turbo, and they've got the 4-cylinder with the turbo. Cost about $5,000 more than what we got, so it doesn't have the turbo on it. But
no, he don't. We had my wife had a Range Rover, which had a 4-cylinder turbo on it. And he said those are a money pit. He said when they get miles on them, get rid of them.
Really?
And we traded it to a new Cadillac XT5. It's a V6 without a turbo. He said you don't want them turbocharged motors. He said they're a time bomb. He said they will not last. He said you shove that air down the throat of a little bitty motor. He said they will not last. He said, period. And it started giving us some electrical problems. When you shut the doors, the mirrors are supposed to fold in. They didn't fold in. And matter of fact, when I was taking my cancer treatments last year, I was sitting in it, just sitting there. I didn't feel like walking around. She got out of it and come back, and the remote wouldn't open the door. And I couldn't open the door from the inside. I couldn't lift the little button up. It wouldn't come up. And basically I was locked in the car, couldn't get the windows down, couldn't get the doors open. And she's sitting there panicking, pushing that button in. And finally she walked around to my side of the car, pushed the open button, and it opened my door, but it wouldn't open her door.
Wow.
So whenever that happened, I said, this thing's going bye-bye. So it did. It didn't have a 66,000 mile on it.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's way too early.
Yes. Give you an idea. When I got sick last year, I had a bunch of $high toys I got rid of and had some money, a little bit of money left out of them. But anyway, I just wanted to get rid of the payments because I didn't know if I'd ever get back out here or not. But look it up, I did. And I went looking around for a good used truck about 3 months ago, and I listened to what he said and all that. And he said the best used truck on the market today is a 15 through 19 Ford F-150 with a 5-liter V8 in it with a 6-speed automatic transmission. Don't get the 8-speed or 10-speed automatic. They're having lots of trouble. Chevrolet's recalled every one they made this year to replace the transmission in it with a 10-speed automatic.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked around and I found just exactly what he said. I got a 16 with 67,000 miles on it, V8, 6-speed automatic, and it has been absolutely, and I'm not a Ford man, I was a diehard multi-man, but this truck has way exceeded my expectations. And it was exactly what he said to buy. Exactly. Get over 21. Does a great job.
Well,
pulls my trailer good. Excuse me.
So it sounds like I made a good call, I guess, with the Outback.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. With especially the 4-cylinder motor in it.
How about that? Okay.
I don't know how long you keep one, but if it's like the old fire chicken you had, you keep it forever. So.
Exactly. Yep. I kept that until the transmission bit the dust, so.
Yeah. That's the way I am. It's after being sick, last year, and then, kind of going through the deal this year, and still kind of in lingo on it, but, got a few positive things, about it, but I don't want no big high dollar payments tomorrow. I'm done with them.
Yep.
I got a little bit of a big truck payment left, not much of one at all compared to what I paid over the years. So I'm not going to go in the new stuff. So, but I think you've done well. I know. Welcome back to the age of payments, but you know how that goes.
Exactly.
But I think you've done well. I've looked at the Outback, see them go down the road on haulers and watch them pass me every day and all that. And I like that Outback. I always have. Even the old ones, I liked them. So I think you've done well, buddy.
Well, we did get a 2021. It's a brand new. It had, I think it had 2 miles on it. So it's brand spanking new.
Ain't nothing like smelling that paint burn off that motor on the way home. Make that payment look feel better.
Yep. All right, Roadmaster. Hey, thanks for checking in. We get our news break here. It's 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott has threatened to veto funds for the state legislature after a group of Democratic lawmakers walked out of the Texas House on Sunday, effectively blocking a vote on an elections reform bill. Abbott tweeting Monday that his veto would withhold pay for those who he said were abandoning their responsibilities. The bill is one of several pieces of legislation being proposed in several states that proponents say are necessary to combat voter fraud. Critics of those proposals say it would make it more difficult for people to vote, especially for people of color. And Nevada lawmakers are looking to move the state's position on the presidential primary calendar. State lawmakers passed a bill Monday that looks to make the state the first in the process for the 2020 presidential election. It would need both Nevada Governor Steve Sisolak's signature and approval from both political parties to officially make the move. This is USA Radio News.
Come on, you watch the news. Be prepared to pay more taxes. Then if you owe back taxes or haven't filed in a few years, get ready. The IRS, the largest collection agency in the world, will be coming after you with the power to collect taxes by any means they want to. Hey, they can freeze your bank account, your passport, even padlock your business. Oh, good times. Look, if the IRS claims you owe them $5,000 or more in back taxes and they're coming after you, don't panic. Call my friends at Get a Tax Lawyer first. Their job is to negotiate with the IRS and save you money. They're experts at it. That's all they do, and you can trust them. In some cases, they have reduced a $50,000 tax bill to less than $1,000. If you owe the IRS $5,000 or more in back taxes, call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-0798, 800-783-0798, 800-783-0798. That's 800-783-0798.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here as we roll into the final segment here on a Tuesday morning. And a couple from the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. First from Hobo Jack, checking in. I want to say congratulations on your 101st broadcast. In memory of my father, who went to Germany in a glider in 1944. How about that? Hey, thank you so much for listening in, Hobo Jack. And, thanks to all those right on the heels of Memorial Day weekend. Spaceman's kind of laughing. Said the guy called in about the headset. He said, concerned about the headset made in Taiwan when his entire car is made in Japan. So, I don't know, the Prius. I mean, Toyota builds some vehicles here. I'm not sure if they build the Prius here or not. All right, great to hear the Roadmaster, though. Hope you're doing well. From Jack. Truck and Phil checking in. Morning, Steve Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Well, the 100th in the books of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive presented by the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Sounds great, Subaru. You can't go wrong. My stepdaughter and her husband have 3 of them. Her dad retired from the Subaru plant in Lafayette, Indiana. Good cars. Only reason I don't have a Subaru is I've loved the Jeep Gladiators ever since they popped up as a concept. Again, had a chance to purchase a 2020 Gladiator, returned on lease out of Georgia, an executive car. And boy, was I in the right place at the right time, just before Christmas when they called and wanted to sell. And they gave me a high-dollar trade for my Chevy Equinox. I'm very thankful. Anyway, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights. Counting down 207 days till Christmas. Let me see here. Kyle's checking in. Morning, Kyle. Looks like you had a busy weekend there. I saw some of your videos. It looks like you had a great crowd that turned out for the no prep racing action there. In regards to the 4-cylinder gas turbos we were talking about, he said they're getting a bad rap, and the industry's turning very quickly to these small engine gas turbo applications. Many of the issues we're seeing now are similar to when turbo diesels were becoming common in the passenger vehicle industry years ago. Much of these new gas turbos are the first turbocharged cars for these car owners. Although there is some good technology developed with helping to cool the turbo bearings on these new cars, it can still present some issues that these new turbo drivers are not used to. Just like in a turbo diesel application, these gas turbo bearings sit in a very small puddle of oil that can develop a tremendous amount of heat. When the vehicle's shut off, the oil flow stops, and that turbo bearing can cook the small amount of oil that it sits in, develop the oil cooking, the varnish, or there's that magical term we use, stiction. It's important to keep these turbo bearings clean and running freely without resistance for maximum power and efficiency. And guess what? Stiction Eliminator and FR3 Friction Reducer are your best friends for these new small engine gas turbo applications. Okay. By the way, great choice on the Subaru. Just wait till winter, you'll love it. That's what I'm hearing. All right, good deal. So that's where the Hot Shot Secret comes in. That's what it's all about. So if you're driving a vehicle that has the turbo, be sure to be using the Stiction Eliminator and the FR3 Friction Reducer. They're your best friends. All right, 15 before the hour. And we've got available lines at 844-844-3388. Yes, Horse Feathers.
Thanks for taking me back here, Your Honor. Appreciate that one last time. Congratulations on the Subaru. I guess I didn't realize you're getting one there. So we're on our second Outback, so hopefully you got it with a decent interest rate there, because I don't know. I think we got 0.9 on ours. The previous one we got was 0 interest. So I know they'd had some deals out there with interest rates. So hopefully you made out all right that way.
Yeah, it's about the only perk they were offering, and that, of course, that all depends on your credit scores. So.
Sure. So, anyways, you got it all labeled up there with the Hot Shot Secret and Overnight Drive radio decals on it all over it?
Haven't got the stickers on there yet, but I got to take care of that.
All right. Well, hey, you know what you can do? You can get a wrap done. You can get the vehicle wrapped with a big logo on it and that. You know, you've seen the vehicles wrapped and that. You could do that, or maybe get the window wrapping or something like that there. So anyway, just thought. But anyways, hey, to get onto this, what's real important here, this wrestling match we got going on. Now, do you know that, like, when celebrities go to on-set things there for, their movie productions, and music stars go places and that, to do concerts at the venues, they normally put requests in there of the venue holder, the event location, the people that are, have the event, they come up with these things there for making it a little easier there for the celebrities and that. So we're thinking with the Big Moose there, we need at least probably 30 to 40 cases of Blad's beer there kept on ice. Not refrigerated, but it's got to be kept on ice. And we need at least 3 St. Bernards, and their barrels have to be filled with Blad's at all times. And of course, the St. Bernards there to run around and actually help the crowd out a little bit. Maybe the other competitors there that are busy picking themselves up, can't see out their eyes through the mud and the blood and everything. And we're thinking we need 4 stripper poles.
Stripper poles.
So we need a stripper pole on each. Yeah, we need 4 stripper poles, 1 on each side of the squared circle there, so that the ring card girls there, they can go out there and work on the stripper poles while they're during the match there, so that, because the match is only going to last like 30, 35 seconds. So we figure if we're paying these ring card girls that much money to be there, they should be on the, maybe they could work the stripper poles there and provide the rest of the entertainment for the amount of time the match should take there. So, but anyways, and need 100 pounds of M&Ms.
Okay.
And they should be frozen. And
any particular color?
And we're going to leave.
Any particular color preference?
Well, green always looks pretty on the TV there, so maybe we want, but I guess we should have all the colors, but hey, there we go. How about if we get all the colors and we get them all in individual containers so that they're not mixed up with each other? So if anybody has any preference, then they can take out of that one specific container. Other than that, I think we'll have to leave the rest of it open there in case the Big Moose there decides he comes up with something else that he wants and absolutely needs to have there. And maybe might want a masseuse there. That'd be a good idea. How about a masseuse? We have a masseuse for when he's done there after his 35 seconds of hard work.
Is he like
I'm sure he deserves
sounds like one of these.
that.
Sounds like one of these prima donnas. I know some of these prima donna female actors and whatnot and singers that want to have their drinks at a perfectly exact chilled temperature, and I want 5 chocolate-covered strawberries and all these special things. Give it a break. I'll have a Blatz beer at room temperature.
Oh, that just I don't know. That just doesn't sound right. So, but anyways, there.
Nothing like a warm beer on a hot summer day.
Yeah, oof. Boy, I guess that would give you really the Blatz there, wouldn't it? But no, anyways, congratulations on the Subaru there, and yeah, we've enjoyed. We've had the 4-cylinder Boxer, and we like that little Boxer engine. And the only thing I'll suggest for you in the wintertime when it comes around to it, there is I've been putting the tires on called the Michelin X Ice or X Ice. I don't know, the X Ice 3 or something like that. They've come out with now, but they're a directional winter tire, but they're very, very good at wicking the water away. They're very good at moving water away. So I actually leave them on all year, even though it's a little softer compound tread. They wear a little quicker. I actually run those X-Ice all year long there because they work real good in the rain too. So,
Yep.
anyways, just when you wear out those first T-bow tires they give you out of the factory there. That's my suggestion there is the X-Ices. So, anyways, hey, with all that there, and don't forget the flats on ice there, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Yeah, let's go with 40 cases of flats on
40
ice.
cases. Boy, he's a big drinker. He's a big guy, so he can drink. All right. I think the Yokohama. That's the tire they come off the line. Yokohamas. Who else checking in here? Ian saying, good morning, Steve. Whatever happened to Stinger? I haven't heard from Stinger, but if someone told me that he was not like a social media kind of guy in any form or fashion. Now, we know he had the smartphone, but I guess he doesn't do the Facebook or any of that stuff. I have a sneaky suspicion he'll be hearing about us here in fairly short order. Little advertising campaign we're about to start. Fred said, my brother has had Subaru for years. He loves it. He said, best car he's ever had in those New York winters. All right. Diesel Dave says, enjoy your new ride. Okay. All right. Federal transportation agencies announcing plans to pay truck drivers and motorists to participate in a study looking at the use of camera systems in place of your traditional rear view mirrors. In a notice and request for comment published in the Federal Register last week, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Department of Transportation announced plans to use participants from the trucking community and other members of the public as part of a multi-year study on the safety and use of video cameras to replace traditional rear-view mirrors. Now, the notice delved into detail on what the study's going to focus on. What do we see? The research will involve human subjects testing involving driving instrumented vehicles on a test track as well as public roads. Testing will also be performed with participants seated in a stationary vehicle while detecting nearby objects using a vehicle's mirrors or a camera-based system. Participants will be members of the general public, and participation will be voluntary and compensated as well. The goal is to characterize drivers' eye glance behavior, visual object detection performance, and driving performance while operating a vehicle equipped with traditional outside mirrors versus a vehicle equipped with the camera-based visibility system in place of the vehicle's mirrors. Stationary examination of driver's ability to detect objects near a vehicle will also be conducted. All right, DOT is inviting both licensed motorist and truck drivers who have a valid CDL to participate in the study if you are 25 to 65 years of age, are in good health, do not require assistive devices to safely operate a vehicle, and drive continuously for a period of approximately 3 hours. Those chosen to participate will operate a test vehicle equipped with traditional rearview mirrors, a camera-based rearview mirror system, or maybe even a combination of the two. I've heard of these, and so, we're all familiar with, you've got like my new vehicle's got the backup camera. When you put it in reverse, it pops up, you're seeing via the camera what's behind you. Is that what you've got with your rear view mirror system rather than looking to the left or the right side in the mirror? I'm guessing, do you have is it a dash display or is it some sort of a screen on either side of the vehicle? Kind of curious about that, but All right, final industry headline here on a Tuesday morning. Michigan State Police say a man is facing multiple charges after he allegedly fired on a moving semi-truck last week. Michigan State Police Metro Detroit Division confirmed that Aliyah Abdelatif had been charged with assault with intent to murder, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation, and assault with a dangerous weapon. A shooting that occurred in Warren, Michigan. Truck driver reported he was traveling east on 696 when a motorist opened fire on his vehicle. State police shut down eastbound 696 as officers searched for shell casings or other evidence. Troopers were unable to find any casings and said the semi-truck didn't show any damage from a bullet. But the truck driver was able to provide police with the make, model, and plate number of the car, which led troopers to Abdelatif. After being interviewed by the state police, he admitted to being in the area at the time of the shooting, but said he didn't shoot at the truck. Held on a $100,000 bond due to appear in court on June the 7th, about a week from now. There you go, some of our industry headlines from our friends at CDL Life. And with that, I guess we'll kind of close the books on another episode number 101 in the books. Thank you so much for tuning us in. And again, lastly, for our travelers' weather, as the case has been through much of May, and now we're rolling into June, concerns potentially flooding rains in central portions of Texas, central and western Texas, an area that's been heavily under the gun, with more rain over the coming days. Turn around, don't drown. That's the old message, right? We'll have much more to cover. Come on back. Hard to believe, but at the midnight hour tonight, we'll be rolling into Hump Day. Don't you love holiday weekends? 3-day weekend leads to a short work week. And we'll see you at this point at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I